Senate in the third regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on Senator Christopher Lawrence Goh to lead the chamber in prayer. You are recognized, sir, and you may proceed. May I request everyone to please rise.
Heavenly Father, we gather here today to seek your wisdom while we continue to serve our dear nation. As we begin our session today, we humbly ask for your blessing and intercession. Bless us and the staff of the Philippine Senate, because without you, we couldn't do what we set out to do for the Filipino people. We pray for peace in our country and ask for guidance in every decision that we make. We pray for clarity in every issue our country faces that needs to be addressed, for us to give our countrymen the fitting services and government they deserve. Almighty God, as we come here today before you, we also pray for those who are affected by various calamities and unfortunate circumstances, especially the poor, the needy, and the oppressed, that may be able to find strength amid their situation. We humbly ask for your utmost protection for all of us as we seek to have a fruitful session today. This we ask in Jesus' mighty name, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Session is suspended.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 22 senators present, Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Before I recognize the Majority Floor Leader, may I remind the people in the gallery, our guests, to kindly settle down. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, before we proceed with the business for the day, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of several distinguished guests in the gallery. Guests of Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Director Rizali Dimaporo, Amil Bahar, President Walid Umpar. Guests of Senator J.B. Ejercito, Governor Helen Tan of Quezon, Congressman Mike Tan of the 4th District, the province of Quezon. Guests of Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, Civil Service Commissioner Aileen Lisada, together with the Commission's Secretariat and Liaison Office, and the samahang empleyadong nagkakaisa sa adhikain ng demokratikong organisasyon. Guests of Senator Nancy Binay, the senior citizens from Barangay Carmona in Makati City. Guests of Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Punong Barangay Jeremy Marquez of BF Homes, Parañaque, and Vice Mayor Rogelio Tambalong of Tinglayan, Kalinga. Guests of Senator Lapid, from Mindanao State University, Director Farida Alango, Dr. Rayanida Dipatuan, and Professor Aminoding Limpao. Other guests of Senator Robin Hood Padilla, local government officials from Camarines Norte, headed by Governor Dong Padilla and Congresswoman Rosemary Panotes. Other guests, Mr. Ricardo Penson and Princess Jacel Quimar. Guests of this representation, Board Member Maylene Pineda of Pampanga and Mayor Danilo Taucan of San Pablo, Zamboanga del Sur.
To the aforementioned guests, welcome to your Senate Majority Floor Leader.
Guests of Senator Estrada, Mayor Peralta of Pangasinan. Malungaw, Pangasinan. Mr. President, before we approve the journal, I seek recognition for two quick manifestations, Mr. President.
The Majority Leader may proceed. You are recognized, sir.
Mr. President, yesterday the Supreme Court issued a decision which unanimously upheld the constitutionality of Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Organic Law, enacted July 27, 2018. This law mandates the creation of the Bangsamoro region in the Muslim Mindanao area and the determination of its territorial jurisdiction should a plebiscite be held. Mr. President, the High Court confirmed Bangsamoro's BOL's constitutionality, clarifying that Barm is not a separate state and that key powers remain in the national government. Crucially, the Supreme Court yesterday ruled that Sulu, I repeat, underscore, Sulu is not part of the Barm, given its residents' rejection of its inclusion in the said political entity during the plebiscite. Mr. President, this ruling carries significant implications. With Sulu's exclusion, Barm now comprises only of the provinces of Basilan, Lanao del Sur, Maguindanao, and Tawi-Tawi. This presents pressing questions about Sulu's future, but it is vital to view this challenge as an opportunity. Now that Sulu is outside the Barm, we must carefully consider not only the political but the financial implications of this recent Supreme Court decision. Ginagawa po natin ngayon, binabalangkas natin, Mr. President, ang budget for 2025. With Sulu's exclusion from the Barm, the following questions arise. 1. What will be its effect on the budget of Barm? Will it have an impact on its revenue sources and allocation? 2. Is there a need to adjust the existing budgetary allocation of Barm, considering that its consideration in the NEP, Sulu is considered as part of Barm? 3. What will happen to the province of Sulu? Where will it source its funds and resources for its projects and programs for development? Kailangan din pong tulungan ang lalawigan ng Sulu. Given these predicaments, I believe that this chamber should study carefully on how to solve this quandary with the welfare of both Barm and the province of Sulu as its paramount consideration. I submit the following manifestation. My second manifestation, Mr. President, has something to do with the case of former Mayor Alice Go of Bamban, Tarlac. Kahapon po, Mr. President, sinabi ko na baka po walang jurisdiction ang Regional Trial Court of Capas, Tarlac, Branch 109. The ruling made by our good chairperson was that to refer the matter to the Ombudsman. Apparently, Mr. President, the Ombudsman on a transmittal letter dated 29 August 2024, signed by Assistant Ombudsman Rex Reynaldo Sandoval, transmitted the information to the Executive Judge of Capas, Tarlac with the request that an appropriate action be made in the determination of the nearest judicial region pursuant to Office of Court Administrator Circular 10-2024. Ibig sabihin po, Mr. President, wala pong jurisdiction. Sang-ayon po dito, wala pong jurisdiction yung Capas, Tarlac, at binibigyan po ng poder ang executive judge na pumili ng pinakamalapit na judicial region. I'm stressing this, Mr. President, to highlight again that as of today, the Senate's warrant of arrest should be considered as the only valid warrant of arrest in existence today. I submit my second manifestation. Mr. President,
Noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of Senator Zubiri?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If I may just also include my manifestation on the Barm validity with the Supreme Court.
The gentleman may proceed. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As many of you know, and many of you were with me in 2018, when we sponsored the Bangsamoro Organic Law, it was the most difficult law that I had to sponsor and author. And I'm very proud to say that it was a bipartisan effort. At that time, no other than Senate President Coco Pimentel was the leader of this chamber. And we had Senator Risa Ontiveros with us, Senator Sani Angara, who was the chairman of the Committee on Local Government, who appointed me as the subcommittee chair, together with several members, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator... I think at that time, Senator Bato, no? You were already part of the Chief PNP at the time. I think Senator Bong was with us, and Senator, of course, Villar, Tita Cynthia, but Mama Bear was there, together with Senator Amy Marcos, and yourself. You're already still a member of the Senate, if I can remember, Mr. Senate President. We took the challenge of passing this law, knowing fully well the difficulties of passing an organic law creating the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao. Today we come full circle, Mr. President, because we did pass it, we did implement it, we did appoint the members of the BTL, the Bangsamoro Transition, the BTA, Bangsamoro Transition Authority. And this 2025, we will be electing, finally, the members of the Bangsamoro Parliament. And they will also have a chance to elect their leader, the Chief Minister. We come full circle, Mr. President, because without this ruling of the Supreme Court, many question its validity and its constitutionality. I am so happy to say today that we finally got the support of the Supreme Court claiming and declaring that this Bangsamoro Organic Law is constitutional, Your Honor, and will stand the test of constitutionality. It was a unanimous vote, and we thank the Supreme Court for this, Your Honors. They upheld our position that it was constitutional, and it was we believe it was constitutional because we had the best constitutional minds assisting us on this. During the bicameral conference committee, we did something that was not done before in any bicameral conference committees. We had breakout groups. One of the breakout groups was headed by Senator Coco Pimentel and Senator Frank Drilon, who was the minority floor leader. And they handled the issues of legal issues, the issues on, of course, autonomy, internal governance, on the parliamentary form of government, because we have as you all know, we have a republic, we have a Congress and a Senate, and there we were going to craft within the Bangsamoro region our own parliament headed by a chief minister, which was not part of our system of government. So, Your Honors, I am delighted. I am so happy. As a matter of fact, I'm writing a book. We're almost about to I'm already publishing the book about our road to peace. And now it completes the book because now we can claim that it is constitutional, Mr. President. Ang akin lang po dyan, sayang, dahil natanggal po ang Sulu. Although I personally feel that it should not have been taken out because we did not approve the opt-out provision. That was a very contentious issue. As a matter of fact, we divided the house rather, during the opt-out provision. Kaya nagalit po sa akin si Governor Sakurtan because he wanted an opt-out provision. So, the Supreme Court probably listened to the petitioners from Sulu, and since it lost in Sulu, only area where it had lost was in Sulu, and therefore, the Supreme Court decided not to include Sulu under Barm. But the good majority floor leader is absolutely correct. What we wanted to envision for the Barm is that you have the ERA and all local government units have the internal revenue allocation, but it would be been added by the block grant given to the autonomous region. So they will now be losing out on the block grant. So now Sulu will have to go back to the DBM, will have to go back to Congress, and the Senate. Siguro madagdagan po yung mga papers na ibibigay, yung mga papel na request ibibigay kay Senator Bato de la Rosa, kasi siya po yung nandun sa dulo, siya yung tagatanggap sa amin dito ng mga request and mga project request at mga folders. Kaya madadagdagan po ang probinsya ng Sulu. But of course, we are willing to help the province of Sulu because that was their decision and we must respect the decision, the democratic decision of the province of Sulu. So, once again, Mr. President, this ruling is very timely as it furthers the empowerment of government and the people of Barm as they go through their first election in 2025. They can now go forward with full confidence in their autonomy and great hopes for a future of peace, progress, and stability. Ito na po ang silver bullet, ika nga, na ginawa po natin in the 17th Congress. Pinaghirapan po natin ito under two Senate Presidents, Senate President Coco Pimentel and Senate President Tito Soto. And we felt that this was the political solution that we need. Meron po tayong mga kapatid na Muslim dito. And may mga kapatid din po tayo na senador na Muslim. We felt that armed struggle was not enough, both for the national government and for our freedom fighters. We needed a political solution. Ito na po ang political solution. Solusyon na political na makabigay po ng malawakang at matagalang kapayapaan sa region namin sa Mindanao. So I'm proud to have been the sponsor and author of this measure, Mr. President, and I could not have done this without my colleagues here in the Senate. And this is a triumph of the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines because nauna po tayo pasa to. We took the lead and the House, of course, followed. And we'd like to take this as a Senate initiative. So mabuhay po tayong lahat, mabuhay po ang Bangsamoro Autonomous Region of Muslim Mindanao.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 18th session, Wednesday, September 4, and consider the same as approved.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Secretary General is directed to comply.
Reference to business resolutions. Proposed Senate Resolution 1186, recognizing and commending Paralympic athletes and coaches of Team Philippines who participated in the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. Senator Binay.
The Committee on Rules.
1187, directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry into the marketing scheme of the New Setao Corporation and New Setao Information Technology OPC, with the end in view of proposing legislation to ensure protection for consumers in the digital marketplace, introduced by Senator De La Rosa.
The Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
1189, congratulating and commending the 2024 Metro Bank Foundation Outstanding Filipino, Senator Legarda.
The Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee Report 314 by the Committee on Foreign Relations, a proposed Senate Resolution 1188. Resolution concurring in the free trade agreement between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of the Republic of Korea, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
315 by the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation on Senate Number 1062 by Senator Gatchalian, an act modifying the grounds for substitution of candidates, amending for this purpose Section 77 of BP 881, Series of 1985, otherwise known as the Omnibus Election Code, recommending this approval with amendments taking into consideration Senate Number 1139, sponsor Senator Marcos.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Additional reference of business, Committee Report 316, jointly by the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, and Finance on Senate Number 2814, with Senators Go, Estrada, De La Rosa, Revilla Jr., Marcos, Villar M., and Poe as authors. An act providing free legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel facing any charge arising from incidents related to the performance of official duty and appropriating funds therefore. Recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Numbers 422, 681, 896, 1608, 2198, and 2309, taking into consideration House Number 6509, sponsor Senator Estrada.
The calendar for ordinary business. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2568 under Committee Report number 206. This is the bill on the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program, or the ETEEAP Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, resumption of consideration of the aforementioned bill in the aforestated committee report is now in order. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, having closed the period of interpellation and with no committee amendments, I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize Senator Joel Villanueva to propose amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senator Villanueva is recognized to propound individual amendments. You are recognized, sir, and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, may I start on page 2? Page 2, lines 29 to 32, and page 3, lines 1 to 5. Delete subsections I and J. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment?
Mr. President,
Hearing none,
thank
same
you.
is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to put on record, this is to simplify the qualifications for an ETIAP. And as long as the applicants comply with the qualifications under Section 5, they are eligible to be accepted in the expanded tertiary education equivalency and accreditation program.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 26, after the phrase anterior, Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader has an anterior amendment.
The Deputy
It should be
Minority Floor
recognized, Mr.
Leader, the
President.
Honorable Ontiveros, is recognized for an anterior amendment. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat tabi, Mr. President, and thank you to the good sponsor. Anterior amendment, still on page 3, or on page 3, after line 5, in section 3 on definition of terms, I move to add the following subsection. K, tertiary education, refers to the stage of education following the secondary cycle, which covers post-secondary non-degree diploma, TVET, and higher education programs, including graduate education. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President, subject to style.
The proposed amendment having been accepted, subject to style, is there any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Yes,
Senator Villanueva,
Mr. President, I'm on page 3, line 26. I think the Deputy Minority Leader has an anterior amendment on line 11, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
The Honorable Ontiveros is recognized for
Yes,
an anterior
Mr.
amendment.
President, the good sponsor is correct. I have two anterior amendments also on page 3. On page 3, line 11, the good sponsor is right. Section 4, after the word undergraduate level, add the phrase and special graduate programs. I so move, Mr. President.
What
We-
does the sponsor say?
We certainly agree, Mr. President, and so we accept the amendment. Thank you.
Having been accepted, there being no objection, the same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President, good sponsor. And lastly, for page 3, line 14, section 4, after the word individuals, delete the period and add the following phrase. A bachelor's degree holder may apply for equivalency and accreditation of prior and work-based learning towards the grant of up to the second degree only, provided, however, that such sources of learning are related to the second degree being sought under the ETIAP. I so move, Mr.
What does
President.
the sponsor say?
This was thoroughly discussed during the period of interpellation, and this representation committed that we will accept this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, hearing no objection, proposed amendment is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
The Honorable Villanueva is once again recognized to
Thank you,
propound this
Mr.
amendment.
President. On page 3, line 26, after the phrase provided, comma, that, delete the words in lieu thereof. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page 3, line 27, before the words training programs, insert the word relevant. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 27, after the words training programs and delete workshops attended or a favorable result in a competency assessment administered by deputized HEI as a pre-qualifying requirement and insert other proof of formal, non-formal, and informal learning as may be required by the deputized HEI, including but not limited to national certificates, NCs, or certificates of competency issued by the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, same is approved.
On page 4, lines 6 to 8, delete the entire.
With the permission of the
Yes, Mr.
Honorable
President.
Villanueva, Chair would like to recognize Senator Ontiveros, I presume, for an anterior amendment.
Mr. President resumes, right? Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, on page 4, on line 5, after the word program, add the following phrase, including identification and development of special graduate programs in consultation with technical experts, so that Section 7A would now read, A, determine and approve the academic degrees to be opened for the program, including identification and development of special graduate programs in consultation with technical experts. I so move, Mr.
What does the
President.
sponsor say?
We accept, Mr. President, and we thank the distinguished lady for this amendment.
The proposed amendment having been accepted, there being no objection, same is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 4, lines 6 to 8, delete the entire subsections B and C. Renumber the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objections? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, on page 5, but I think Senator Risa is seeking the floor. Move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Antiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 4, still, lines 27 to 29, or section 7 on the powers and functions of CHED, delete subsection H and replace with the following. H, convene broad-based and interagency consultation meetings, including concerned representatives of national government agencies, associations of higher educational institutions, chambers of commerce and industries, and ETIAP learners organizations for policy implementation, coordination, and evaluation. I so move, Mr. President.
What does the sponsor say?
We accept subject to style, Mr. President.
The proposed amendment having been accepted by the sponsor, there being no objection, same is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, good sponsor, I have a proposed amendment on the page the good sponsor has mentioned, page 5, line 1. If I may proceed.
The lady may proceed.
Please,
President,
Mr.
good
President.
sponsor. Thank you. On page 5, line 1, same section, delete subsection J and replace with the following. J, establish and designate at least one ETIAP Center of Development and Excellence per region. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, we discussed this thoroughly in the period of interpellation, so I am accepting the amendment, Mr. President.
Having been accepted, hearing no objection, proposed amendment is hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor.
Thank you, dear colleague. Mr. President, just to continue on page 5, lines 1 and 2, insert the following. Letter K, work with the Department of Education, DepEd, the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA, the Department of Labor and Employment, DOLE, and other relevant government agencies in identifying priority programs that are most in demand or needed. And then letter L, Mr. President, to allocate and make available student financial assistance programs to ETIAP learners. And letter M, ensure wide access to information and broad awareness of ETIAP programs, support, and deputized HEIs. And I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none, same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, on page 5, between lines 3 and 4, insert a new section, section 8, as follows. Powers and functions of deputized HEIs. HEIs that have been deputized by the CHED in accordance with this act shall exercise the following powers and functions. A, develop clear policies, procedures, and processes for the implementation of the ETIAP, including application, assessment, and equivalency, and completion and awarding of an appropriate degree to a learner. B, establish or designate a unit or office that shall oversee, administer, and evaluate the implementation of the program in the HEI. C, provide a schedule of reasonable and applicable tuition and other fees and charges. D, develop and regularly review assessment tools and methods for the evaluation and determination of appropriate credits for the competencies of an applicant. Letter E, constitute a panel of internal and external assessors which shall determine the appropriate equivalency credits of an applicant. Letter F, assess and assign appropriate equivalency credits to the pertinent work experiences and knowledge acquired by individuals from formal, non-formal, and informal learning. Letter G, determine the deficiencies of an applicant awardee that would need competency enrichment, remedial studies, or academic supplementation through formal coursework as may be applicable. Letter H, set the requirements for the completion of the program and award the appropriate academic degree to learners who have completed the program. Letter I, create, develop, and adapt flexible learning modalities. And letter J, submit to CHED the necessary reports including but not limited to enrollment and graduation statistics, tracer studies of graduates, and other relevant information. Renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Chair hears none. Same is approved.
Mr. President, given this previous insertion of a new section, this section will be renumbered accordingly. Thus, it is left blank, Mr. President. On page 5, lines 4 to 23, delete the entire section, section 8, and replace it with section Role of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, PQF-NCC. The PQF-NCC shall monitor and support the alignment of the ETIAP with the objectives under Republic Act number 10968 or the PQF Act. For this purpose, the PQF-NCC may establish an appropriate working group and consult with industry sector representatives. I so move, Mr. President.
To clarify, this is a new section to take the place of Section 8 as
Yes.
renumbered accordingly.
Yes, Mr. President, that is
Is there
correct.
any objection? Hearing none. Proposed amendment is approved.
Mr. President, I'm already on page 5, lines 29, if there are any anterior amendments. Mr.
Senator
President.
Ontiveros, an anterior amendment to page 5, lines 4 to 23.
No longer, Mr. President. The good
Oh,
sponsor
because
kindly
deleted it.
included
Okay.
the last amendment I was going to
Thank you.
propose in his recently proposed and accepted amendment.
Thank you
Salamat
very
tabi,
much,
Mr.
ma'am.
President,
Duly
good
noted.
sponsor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, delete page 5, lines 29 to 31, and page 6, lines 1 to 5, and insert the following. Letter B. In the case of state universities and colleges, SUCs, that the institution is at least at a SUC level 2 category, while for local universities and colleges, LUCs, it is granted with equivalent recognition that the appropriate program to be offered through the ETIAP must be awarded a Certificate of Program Compliance or COPC by the CHED, or letter C, in the case of private HEIs, the institution is granted autonomous or deregulated status, provided that the HEIs using other modalities such as open, distance, and e-learning or ODEL, and transnational higher education, TNHE, a separate authority must be obtained from CHED for this purpose. CHED may deputize capable HEIs in regions where no or few HEIs are offering ETIAP, period. For such purpose, CHED may take into consideration the institution's international recognition or accreditation, performance in licensure exams, research productivity, faculty recognition, and other similar factors. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Same is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. On page 6, lines 6 to 11, delete the entire section 10. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection to the proposed amendment? Hearing none. Same is approved.
And so, Mr. President, given that the previous insertion of a new section, this section will be renumbered accordingly. Thus, I would like to put on record that I will just mention it as a section blank, Mr. President. So on page 6, lines 13 to 22, delete the entire section and replace the following. Section blank, CHED, Office of Programs and Standards Development, OPSD. The existing OPSD under the CHED shall be strengthened in order to carry out its powers and functions under this Act. For this purpose, the CHED shall determine the organizational and staffing pattern of the OPSD in accordance with civil service laws, rules, and regulations, and subject to the review and approval by the Department of Budget and Management. I so move, Mr. President. That is my last individual amendment.
Any objection to the gentleman's last amendment? Hearing none, same is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, with no other individual amendments, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2568. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved.
Mr. President, may I just put into the records our sincerest thanks and gratitude, first and foremost, to the Senate President for entrusting this particular measure that he heard in his committee during his time as the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Higher and Technical Education, to our dear colleagues from the members of the minority and the majority for expediting and prioritizing this very important piece of legislation. We have shared with you a lot of good and inspiring stories, Mr. President. And the last time the minority leader interpolated this representation, we showed the body the cool and inspiring story of that vice president of a certain company who rose from the ranks and nakagraduate po dito sa ETIAP program. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, marami at taus-pusong pasasalamat po.
Congratulations, Senator Villanueva.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
Mr. President, as regards Senate Bill number 2568, Senator Pia Cayetano would like to be made a co-author of the same.
We would be delighted, Mr. President. Thank you.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 316 on Senate Bill number 2814. This is the bill on providing free legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2814 under Committee Report number 316.
Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the same is approved. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2814 is now in order, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title only of the measure.
An act providing free legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel facing any charge arising from incidents related to the performance of official duty and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the Chairman of the Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation to deliver the sponsorship speech.
Senator Jinggoy is recognized to deliver his sponsorship speech of the measure. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members of this august chamber, ladies and gentlemen, as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, I am privileged to sponsor Senate Bill number 2814 under Committee Report number 316, providing legal assistance for the military and uniformed personnel facing charges arising from incidents related to the performance of their official duties. Mr. President, this measure, which is included in the priority bills of the Armed Forces of the Philippines since the 18th Congress, is authored by our colleagues, namely Senators Bongo, Bato de la Rosa, Bong Revilla, Amy Marcos, Mark Villar, and this representation. Ginoong Pangulo, layon po ng ating panukalang batas na higit na palakasin ang kakayahan at kumpiyansa ng ating mga tagapagtanggol at tagapagtupad ng batas na gampanan ang kanilang mahalagang tungkulin sa ating lipunan. Sa maraming pagkakataon, ang ating mga sundalo, police, coast guard, at iba pang uniformed personnel ay sinasampahan ng mga kaso ng kanilang mga kalaban at mga hinuhuling masasamang loob kasunod ng pagganap nila sa kanilang mandatong arestuhin ang gumagawa ng mga iligal at labag sa batas upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan ng ating bansa. Binabalikan sila ng kung ano-anong imbentong asunto o kaso, kadalasan ng mga malalaking sindikato o high-profile personalities upang sila ay maligalig, maabala sa kanilang trabaho at guluhin ang kanilang buhay. These baseless harassment suits cause undue stress and burden to our men and women in uniform for doing their sworn duties to protect the citizenry against criminality and to maintain peace and order. They are constantly exposed to unfounded accusations and cases. Statistics from the Philippine National Police show that of the total number of resolved cases filed against their personnel as of September this year, 9 out of 9 resulted in acquittal. A similar high exoneration rate was recorded during the previous years, which could be a strong indicator that cases filed against our law enforcers are submitted with the sole intention to harass. In 2023, 92% of the cases, or 35 out of 38, resulted in acquittal. In 2022, 93% of the cases, that is 143 out of 153, resulted also in acquittal. Ginoong Pangulo, nais natin linawin na kinikilala natin ang karapatan ng bawat Pilipino sa dumulog sa husgado upang ipaglaban ang kanilang karapatan na ayon sa ating saligang batas. Ngunit, hindi natin may kakaila na nagagamit ang mga legal na prosesong ito sa personal na interes upang gantihan ang ating mga kawal, pulis at iba pang nagtataguyod ng kapayapaan at kaayusan ng ating lipunan dahil lamang sa kanilang isinasagawang lehitimong operasyon o misyon. Because of the cases filed against them, more often than not, they are forced to spend their own money to hire private counsel. The exorbitant fees and expenditures prove to be too burdensome for our officers, especially for the junior and lower ranks. While there are existing mechanisms which aim to assist them in critical moments, like the institution of the 200 million peso Legal Defense Fund, appropriated annually in the national budget, the urgency to submit counter affidavits compounded by the stringent and litigious process of accessing the fund all the way to the Department of Budget and Management, unfortunately, do not work in favor of the uniformed personnel. The absence of enough lawyers in various offices, as well as the lack of clear mandate and legal basis for the provision of such assistance, add to their problem. Hindi po biro ang masampahan ng kaso sa korte. Bukod sa malaking gastos, stress at anxiety, malaking abala po ang dulot nito. As related to us by the stakeholders during our series of public hearings and technical working group meetings, if a case is filed against a military or police officer, the immediate effect is preventive suspension, and this carries with it the non-payment of salary. And as per jurisprudence, the payment of back wages only happens after the eventual exoneration or acquittal. Given the clogged cases in our courts, it may take years before a police or military officer be deemed innocent and will be able to collect his back wages. If there is an overly extended preventive suspension, they will not be able to fend for themselves and for their families. A representative from the AFP also shared this before this committee. Due to the long process of the trial, some of our military personnel would be disheartened and demoralized, and then to the point that it would affect how they carry out their duty. Some would resort to going amok or resort to suicide, although they are very isolated cases. May epekto din po ang mga sinasampang kaso sa kanilang promosyon. We quote from one of our resource persons, i-report ka lang sa 8888 Citizens Complaint Hotline, hindi ka na ipropromote. Kahit mga harassment cases lang, kahit anonymous, inireport ka, hindi ka na ipropromote. So sobrang pag-iingat, halos hindi ka na rin talaga makakapag-perform sa inyong trabaho. Mr. President, this measure seeks to further fortify the resolve of our military and uniformed personnel in carrying out their mandate of implementing the laws of our land and pursuing lawless elements and criminals without fear or intimidation, thereby ensuring peace and order and public safety. This bill entitles MUP, or the Military Uniformed Personnel, facing service-related cases before any court or tribunal to free and immediate legal assistance, legal advice or consultation, and preparation of pleadings, including legal representation in all stages of civil, criminal, or administrative proceedings until its lawful conclusion. Nais natin bigyan din na service-related cases lamang po ang sakop ng ating panukalang batas. Ito ay ang mga kasong isinampa sa kanila kaugnay ng pagtupad sa kanilang sinumpang tungkulin at pagtalima sa kanilang mandato. This bill does not cover cases filed against their personal capacities. Halimbawa nito ang offenses involving violence against women and children at pagbibigay ng sustento sa pamilya, pagkakasangkot sa land dispute at iba pa. Nais din natin bigyan linaw na hindi po layunin ng panukalang ito na konsintihin ang katiwalian at kabuktutan ng sahanay ng mga uniformadong opisyal. We are also proposing the strengthening of legal offices of the AFP, PNP, Bureau of Jail and Management and Penology, Bureau of Fire Protection, Philippine Coast Guard, Bureau of Corrections, and DINAMRIA, and the revision of their organizational structure and staffing pattern to ensure adequate and effective legal assistance. Its counterpart bill in the House of Representatives was already approved on December 12, 2022. I humbly seek the support of our dear colleagues in approving this piece of legislation. Ginoong Pangulo, mga kasamahan sa Senado, ang pagsuporta natin sa panukalang batas nito ay pagsuporta sa ating magigiting na military and uniformed personnel. Layo natin na mawala ang kanilang anuman alalahanin at pangamba sa oras ng kanilang pagtatrabaho. Ipakita natin na kakampi nilang Estado sa kanilang bawat matapang na pagsuong sa panganib at pagtugis sa mga banta ng ating seguridad. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Thank you, Senator Estrada. His remarks are duly noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2814.
Any objection? Hearing none, same is approved. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Committee Report number 194 on House Bill number 3092, Committee Report number 196 on House Bill number 6338, Committee Report number 198 on House Bill number 7499, Committee Report number 195 on House Bill number 6337, Committee Report 199 on House Bill number 7296, and Committee Report number 197 on House Bill number 7300. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the aforementioned bills, House bills. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. The Secretary will read only the title of the bills without prejudice to inserting into the record the whole text thereof. Secretary?
House number 3092, multi-species marine hatchery in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte. House number 6338, freshwater fish hatchery in Talacogon, Agusan del Sur. House number 7499, multi-species marine hatchery in Zamboanga City. 6337, Multi-Species Marine Hatchery, Baybay, Leyte. House number 7296, Coastal Aquaculture Center in Lala, Lanao del Norte. House number 7300, Satellite Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in Minalabac, Camarines Sur.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to recognize Senator Cynthia Villar, Chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, to deliver an Omnibus sponsorship speech.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleague and fellow advocates in the fishery sector. Good afternoon. Previously, I sponsored 3 bills on local hatcheries which were passed on third reading last August 27, 2024. It is with great honor that I stand before you today to sponsor 6 additional local hatchery bills. Number 1, House Bill 3092 under Committee Report 194 entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Liloy, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Number 2, House Bill number 6338 under Committee Report number 196 entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Talacogon, Province of Agusan del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. And number 3, House Bill 7499 under Committee Report number 198 entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the City of Zamboanga and appropriating funds therefore. Number 4, House Bill 6337 under Committee Report number 195 entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Baybay, Province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. Number 5, House Bill number 7296 under Committee Report number 199 entitled An Act Establishing a Coastal Aquaculture Center to support and rehabilitate the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Northern Mindanao Brackish Water Aquaculture Fish Farm in the Municipality of Lala, Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. And lastly, House Bill number 7300 under Committee Report 197 entitled An Act Establishing a Multi-Species Marine Hatchery in the Municipality of Minalabac, Province of Kamsur, and appropriating funds therefore. Mr. President, these bills are supplementary to the local hatchery measures I sponsored last August 13. By championing these initiatives, we aim to revolutionize our nation's aquaculture industry, bolster our fish supply, fortify our food security, and drive meaningful rural development. These hatchery projects are indispensable in addressing the critical shortage of fish seedlings, a cornerstone for the growth and sustainability of our aquaculture sector. To date, I have successfully passed 41 hatcheries laws spanning 57 locations nationwide, all designated with a singular purpose to empower our fisher folks and uplift our nation. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, passing this measure is not merely a legislative act. It is a decisive step towards uplifting rural communities, combating poverty, and ensuring that every Filipino has access to affordable, nutritious food. I implore my esteemed colleagues to stand with me in enacting these vital legislations for local hatcheries in the municipality of Liloy, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, Municipality of Talacogon, Province of Agusan del Sur, City of Zamboanga, Municipality of Baybay, Province of Leyte, Municipality of Lala, Province of Lanao del Norte, and Municipality of Minalabac, Province of Camarines Sur. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cynthia. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, the following would want to insert into the records their co-sponsorship speeches relative to Senate Bill number 2814. This is the free legal assistance to military and uniformed personnel. Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Ronald De La Rosa, as well as this representation.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted and accepted by the author.
Mr. President, I move for a 1 microminute suspension.
Session suspended.
Senator Bong Revilla, Bongo, and Senator Lauren Legarda would like to have their co-sponsorship speeches inserted into the records relative to the free legal assistance for military and uniformed personnel bill, Mr. President.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 1006, This is the resolution congratulating and commending Efren Bata Reyes for his induction into the World Billiards Hall of Fame in Yushan, China.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 482. This is the resolution commending Filipina chef Johan C. for being chosen as the 2023 Asia's Best Female Chef by the Asia's 50 Best Restaurants Academy.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution 685. This resolution congratulating and commending Francis Gemelli Gaspi for securing the gold medal for the Philippines during the 4th Copernicus International Math Olympiad held at the Columbia University in New York, United States from July 9 to 13, 2023. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 441. This is the resolution commending the Guinness title holder Sandy Menchi Abahan and Army Staff Sergeant Andrico S. Mahilom for emerging as champions in the altitude OCR, Obstacle Course Racing World Championships, Mount Everest in the Himalayas held on November 8 to 22, 2022. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 783. This is the resolution congratulating and commending students of Philippine Science High School for their achievements at the 16th International Astronomy and Astrophysics Olympiad held in Chorzów, Poland. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution 479. This is the resolution commending Glenn Suerte Banaguas for becoming the first Filipino science diplomat named as fellow at the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures, and Commerce in the United Kingdom. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 504-506. This resolution recognizing and commending the recipient of the 15th Ani Nandangal Award by the National Commission for Culture and Arts for the respective international accolades. Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, Senator Revilla wishes to insert in the records his sponsorship speech for Senate Resolution 479. This is the resolution commending Mr. Glenn Suerte, Mr. President.
The manifestation of the majority leader is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 614. This is the resolution congratulating and commending the Arrowhead Robotics team from Muntinlupa City, Philippines for their exceptional performance and outstanding achievement in securing the overall third place in the World Championships and Division Championship in the 2023 VEX World Championships in Dallas, Texas. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we consider and adopt Senate Resolution number 673. This is the resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Science High School team for bagging the Silver Award at the Singapore International STEM Innovation for their invention called Intelligent Food Organization, or INFO, magnets held at the Singapore International STEM Innovation. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a micro-minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2444 under Committee Report number 134. This is the bill on the lowering of the retirement age of government workers. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status is that having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Ramon Revilla Jr., and to interpellate the Honorable Minority Leader Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senators Ramon Revilla Jr. and Coco Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, bago po natin simulan ang interpellations, ay nais po nating batiin ng happy 124th Civil Servants Month sa lahat ng kawani ng ating pamahalaan. And it is very timely to be tackling this measure today, lalo na at more than 20 years na po ito in the making, kaya medyo matagal-tagal na. And it is my honor to be interpellated by one of the legal experts of this chamber, Senator Coco Pimentel.
This interpellation will be brief and friendly, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
With
President.
the permission
Thank you,
of
Senator.
our sponsor. Ano pong pagkasabi natin, sponsor? Ay, itong very simple bill po ito eh. I think you're
sorry.
amending
This is
just one section of RA 8291, section 13-A, di ba? You were just amending it.
That's correct.
How come this is 20 years in the making? Is it so controversial?
Well, according to the CSC, medyo matagal-tagal nang sinusulong to dito sa atin, pero hopefully by this time ay may papasa na natin, Mr. President.
Sa tingin ko, baka ang agam-agam, the reluctance or the worry would be on the possible effect on the fund, on the managed by the GSIS.
Well, maybe the source of funds, but the way we look at it, Mr. President, very minimal lang po. No, una, kung atin pong titingnan yung mga bansa na miyembro ng ASEAN, tayo po sa Pilipinas ang may pinakamatandang mandatory age of retirement. Makukumpara natin na majority sa ASEAN member nations, ang range ng mandatory age of retirement ay between 50 to 60 years old. Miski nga po sa ating optional retirement age, the Philippines also has the oldest optional retirement age at 60 years old. Government workers in other ASEAN countries can retire early at 40 to 55 years old or after 4 to 10 years of service. At pangalawa, Mr. President, dito sa atin, ang average life expectancy ng kababaihan ay nasa 76 years old, habang yung mga kalalakihan ay nasa 67 years old lamang. At base po sa ating computation, sa tulong na rin ng CSC, if we subtract the life expectancy of a Filipino with the current optional age of retirement in the country, Filipino males will have around 7 years after retirement, while women possibly enjoy around 16 years. Napakaikling panahon na lamang po ito para matamasa nilang kanilang retirement. If we lower the optional retirement age, we are giving retired government employees at least 11 years for males and 20 years for females, which we believe to be the reasonable amount of time for government employees who have dedicated the prime years of their lives in service for their nation to spend meaningful years in retirement. We are giving them the gift of time, Mr. President, na sa tingin ng inyong lingkod ay napakalaking regalo para sa kanilang mga kawani ng gobyerno na nagbigay serbisyo sa ating bayan. Pangatlo po, Ginoong Pangulo, kung titingnan po natin ng may kaparehas na sistema na ipinatutupad ang AFP, kung saan 56 years old naman na mandatory retirement age nila. In short, hindi po ito bago. May we reiterate, the current proposal is only as to the optional retirement age. We would like to highlight that if government employees would be allowed to retire at 56, they still have to meet the 15 years of service requirements. Wala pong mababago sa ibang mga requirements na kailangan nilang tuparin bago nila matamasa yung retirement benefits. Hindi rin naman po natin ginagalaw yung mandatory retirement age.
Correct. Salamat po. Yung mandatory retirement age ay nakikita sa anong section nung batas?
Section 13A.
13A would be, ito yung ating inaamyendahan eh.
That's
Pero, di ba, we are very clear and very sure that this is about optional retirement
Optional.
age. Yes, yung mandatory po sana hanap, yung 65 years old na mandatory.
Subsection. No, mandatory. Ang mandatory. Hindi. Ano section?
Actually, Mr. President, kaya ako ito tinanong just to really make sure na we're really talking about optional. Na? I mean,
Exactly, Mr. President. Hindi po mandatory. Hindi po
Correct,
natin
correct.
gagalawin
Kaya
yung
nga.
mandatory age.
ang ating panukalang batas, we're amending Section 13-A. Ang sinasabi natin, this is the section which governs the optional retirement age.
That's correct.
So may I know what section in the same law, or maybe in another law, provides for the mandatory retirement age for government workers?
Section 13B, Mr. President. 2B.
Sige po. Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. President. So, actually, hindi nga ito dapat maging controversial eh, kasi optional eh.
Exactly.
Di ba, there is no, it will not be taken against the government worker if he or she does not retire after the 56th to 57th birthday. Tama, di
That's
ba?
correct.
Okay, so that
we're
means,
just giving them an option, Mr.
yes, I know. So
President.
that means the mere fact na tumagal-tagal po ito, the worry or concern is not in the idea or in the proposal na ibaba si optional age, but on the possible effect nga on the viability of
funds.
the fund, of the GSIS fund or managed funds. So, sa tagal na panahon, 20 years na po ito sabi na proposal, meron ba mga studies na magsasabi anong epekto nito? Paano kung magustuhan ba? Kunyari magustuhan ng mga libo-libong government workers at i-avail nga nila. Ano po ang epekto nito sa fund?
Well, Mr. President, unang-una, GSIS po, no? I will answer your first question muna. Sa kanila po mismo nang galing, no, na hindi nila ito ikamamatay. Kung atin pong, the numbers would show that if we lower the optional retirement age to 56, there will be an additional more or less 160,000 active members eligible to retire all at once and be entitled to old age monthly pension. Yan po yung edad na 56 to 59 years old na may at least 15 years or more na total length of service. Mukha pong madami, but the truth is, even as the law now stands, not even half of those eligible avail of this option, Mr. President. Even at the height of the pandemic, noong pong COVID, noong panahon ng COVID, data would show that only 2 to 3% of those who are eligible avail of these options. So 2 to 3%.
Ilan po? Ilang percent?
2 to 3% lamang po nung panahon na to ng nung pandemic. Pero sabihin na natin, Mr. President, about 100,000 plus, 160,000 plus na ang retirable na mag-avail ng option once passed into law. Ang estimated cost lang po niyan ay nasa 4.859 billion pesos. Kung 50% lang naman po ang mag-avail, for example, nasa 2.472 billion pesos lang po yan. Ang monthly premium collection ng GSIS ay nasa 16 billion pesos po, Ginoong Pangulo. Buwan-buwan, no? Buwan-buwan din ang pinapasok ng members yan sa GSIS. Ay hindi pa po kasama dyan yung 11.493 billion pesos na kinolekta ng DBM sa mga miyembro na forfeited na o prescribed na. Kasama na po dyan yung mga dapat sanang natanggap ng mga miyembro pero namatay na bago pa man makuha yung pensyon. At idadagdag pa natin dyan, Ginoong Pangulo, yung 10 billion pesos na subject ng audit disallowance. Maliit na maliit po ito kumpara sa monthly budget ng GSIS for admin cost na nasa 7 to 8 billion pesos. Kung tutuusin, kung nasa 5% lang ang mag-a-avail ng option, which is a liberal estimate, if we are basing matters on current numbers, nasa 24,298,000 no? 24.298 million pesos lang po, buwan-buwan po yan. Yun po yung 5%, kung tataas pa natin yun. Ano? So, hindi po ganun kalaki, Ginoong Pangulo.
Yung sinagot po sa atin ng sponsor, Mr. President, ano po ba yan? Compilation ng mga studies or in one study? Para po makahingi tayo ng kopya, mapag-aralan din po natin.
If I may, with the
Data po ito ng gathered by the GSIS.
with the indulgence of the minority leader, may I ask the sponsor if they conducted an actuarial study with regard to this bill?
We have asked the GSIS, but they have not submitted since 2019, Mr. President.
Did you invite the representatives of GSIS in the committee hearing?
Yes. Pero inaral na po ito ng CSC.
Are they supportive of this bill?
Yes, they're very supportive. That's why nandito po sila, Ginoong Pangulo.
GSIS?
No, the CSC.
No, what about the...
Ang GSIS, sinabi nila na sa hearing na hindi nila ito ikamamatay. Di ba?
Kaya ba nila bayaran ito? If we
Kaya
lower the age of
sobra-sobra nga,
retirement?
Mr. President, ang kanilang pondo.
Kasi
16 billion po, buwan-buwan, ang collection nila.
so they support this bill, the GSIS. I'm talking about the GSIS.
Well, pwedeng yes or no.
Because
Pero
the threat...
at the end of the day, Mr. President, isipin natin dito yung mga tao. Let's give them an option to retire early. Yun ang it's just an optional. Kung ayaw nilang magretiro, hindi po to mandatory. Ang kailangan dito yung mga katulad ng mga kasamahan na lang natin dito sa Senado. Meron po akong example, mismo sa bakura natin dito sa Senado. Hindi na po natin papangalanan pa. Imbis na makuha niya sana yung buo niyang pension, kalahati lang ang nakuha niya. At hindi pa based on optional retirement computation dahil hindi pa siya umaabot ng 60 years old. Kaya sa disability pension computation pumasok. No? Kalahati lang po makukuha nila sa dekada nilang pinaghirapan na i-contribute sa GSIS. Madami dito sa ating mga kasama sa Senado ang napipilitan pang pumasok kahit may mga sakit na, mga na-stroke, may lumpo, putol ang paa, parehas na paa. Sa totoo lang, gusto na sana nilang mag-retire. Kaya lang, hindi pa sila umaabot ng 60 years old. Ang tanong nila, paano naman sila? siguro naman, Ginoong Pangulo, ay pwede na nating i-ano sa kanila ito, ibigay na suporta dahil hindi naman po ito mandatory. No? The impact is very minimal, Mr. President.
My only worry, Mr. Sponsor, is that if this bill will be enacted into law, it might shorten the fund life of the GSIS. At baka naman umalma yung ating mga active members ng GSIS. Yun lang naman ang aking worry. But if you say that the representatives of GSIS are supportive of this bill, I cannot argue with them.
No. The sponsor never claimed that GSIS supports the bill. Sinabi lang ng GSIS, hindi nila ito ikamamatay.
Hindi nila ikamamatay.
Hindi nila?
Ikamamatay.
Ikamamatay.
Alright. But because...
Yung magre-retire lang po, Mr. President, ang makakapag-avail lang naman ito kapag ka ikaw ay umabot na 15 years in service. No? Hindi naman I don't think naman mga empleyado natin dito ay magre-retiro na kung meron silang optional retirement that fast. Kung talagang kaya pa nilang magtrabaho, hindi magre-retire yan. Ang binibigyan natin ng tsansa na mag-retire. Kaya that's why we're giving them an option. Siguro po, napakaliit na porsyento niyan. Katulad nga ng pandemic, 2 to 3% lamang ang nag-avail. Baka ngayon, baka po pwedeng 1%, 2%, but at least they have an optional retirement.
Does the sponsor have a copy of the latest financial statement or balance sheet of the GSIS? Yes,
We can request, Mr. President, we will furnish.
Can all of us be provided? All
Yes,
all
Mr.
senators,
President.
kasi yan naman ang concern natin.
We'll take note of that, Mr. President.
And ang gusto ko lang din, Mr. President, makonbinsi is yung trustworthiness ng mga studies or figures mentioned by our sponsor na 160,000 active members can retire at once if this bill becomes law kung 56 years old, and then kahit mag-avail sila ng what would their benefits be? Kunyari, a member at 56 now retires. Ano bang lump sum plus may monthly ba?
Lump sum of 18 months, or they can, or a 5 years lump sum. Ayan.
Ulit. Only one? The retirement benefit is just a lump sum?
Just give me...
Wala bang, di ba lump sum and then may period na nothing and then a period starts na may monthly na? O hindi ba ganun ng GSIS, ano?
You give it a complete detail.
Ang point ng staff, diba?
5 years pension after 5 years or 18 months and pension immediately upon retirement.
Okay. 5-year lump sum, pension after, or 18 months and pension immediately upon retirement, Mr. President.
Lump sum, so ang retirement benefit na pinag-uusapan natin even sa normal, di ba? Even sa normal, even sa mandatory or even sa optional, the current optional, kahit sa new age. Ito,
That's right.
The retirement, the general categories of retirement benefits would be when you retire, an immediate lump sum payment. Tama? Yan ba yan?
Of 5 years. Of 5 years.
So, kaya nga, lump sum, ang formula is latest salary times 5 years? Hindi, alam ko.
Lump sum equivalent to 60 months or 5 years of old age basic monthly pension payable at the time of retirement. and payable for life after 5-year guarantee period, Mr. President. Yun yung first option yan. Ang second option, cash payment or an old age pension. Cash payment equivalent to 18 months of BMP payable upon retirement, and immediate BMP payable for life from the date of retirement. May also avail of choice of loan amortization schedule for pensioners where their outstanding loan balances will be restructured as a loan with 10% interest per annum payable over a maximum of 3 years, Mr. President.
I'm sure nasa website naman yun.
Nasa website
yes,
po.
Yes, we will
Yes.
just down. Okay. So yun, and then kung ganun yung tatlong possible combinations ng benefits, ang sinasabi po nating sponsor, kahit yung estimated nila 160,000 active government workers, members of the GSIS, who are 56 or more, but less than 65 yet, less than 65, even if they all want to enjoy early retirement.
The 160,000.
Yes, all of them. Ang
All of
sinasabi, ang ginagarantiya po sa atin ng ating sponsor, hindi mayayanig ang GSIS fund. Hindi nila, mararamdaman ba nila yung epekto o hindi? Kasi yun yung mga benefits mga lump sum po na 5 years po yun. So, yun po ang aking impression. And then ang tanong ko lang, how trustworthy is the study? Is that computation? So can we be given a copy so that we can also assess the trustworthiness or reliability of the study or projection, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, we will give you a copy. Scenario, lowering optional retirement. If 100% of the qualified civil servants would avail of the option, around 160,000 active members na po.
Correct. Opo.
Around 4.572 billion pesos.
4.57.
Around 30%. Yun po. Yung 160,000 is around 30%. But napakalab, hindi naman po siguro.
30% off
30% ng total
of
of the monthly contribution sa GSIS, Mr. President.
Yes, o nga. Tama, kasi 16 billion yung sabi ninyo. So,
That's correct.
yung 160,000 nga, kung magre-retire, one-time expenditure lang ba yan from the point of view of the GSIS, or meron din siyang future financial burden because of the retirement of those 160,000 workers?
This is a monthly pension daw po, Mr. President.
Kaya nga. So, ang immediate impact, 4.6 billion pesos.
Billion
Yun na
pesos.
pa, okay? Immediate
Almost
impact.
4.6, yes.
Future, ano bang tawag mo dyan? Future financial impact would be, after how many years? Meron, yung 160,000, meron pa?
Yun na po yun. Depende yun sa option nila. Kung
Oo nga, kaya immediately 4.6 billion immediately or every year na yon.
monthly daw po.
Monthly. Monthly pala.
Tama ba?
4.6 billion monthly.
Hindi,
Ang effect nito.
Teka. May I have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President, just to make sure. Mahirap tayong magkamali sa data.
Suspended.
Consideration of Senate Bill number 2444, or the lowering the age retirement bill, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, Senator Rafi Tulfo would like to avail of the privilege hour. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Tulfo is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. Today, I rise on a matter of privilege to address an issue that we have all been affected by. Noong mga nakalipas na linggo, hinagupit po tayo ng 3 bagyo. Bagyong Butchoy, Karina, and of course, Enteng. Ang bagyong Butchoy at Karina ay magkasunod na rumagasa sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Pilipinas na nag-iwan ng 5.9 billion pesos na infrastructure damage. 4.4 billion naman ang pinsala sa agricultural sector. At ang pinakamasakit ay 48 ang namatay na mga Pilipino. Sa Typhoon Enteng naman, 698 million pesos ang infra damage. 1.8 billion pesos naman ang pinsala sa ating agricultural sector. At 20 na mga Pilipino ang namatay. All these are verified data from the reports of the NDRRMC, or National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. Napakasakit po sa akin na ang buhay ng tao at ang pinundar natin mga gusali para sa ikabubuti ng ating mga kababayan ay nagiging statistic na lamang. Walang tigil po ang deliberation natin sa budget ng DPWH, lalo na para sa flood control program na nangangako na ayusin ang problemang ito. Parang may nakalimutan tayo na aspeto na malaki ang ambag sa baha, lalo na sa highly vulnerable sectors ng ating bansa. Ito ay isang tagong issue na nababaon at nakakalimutan, ngunit umalingasaw tuwing dumarating ang kalamidad. The problem I'm speaking is our underdeveloped solid waste management program. Mula noon hanggang ngayon, basura pa rin ang ating problema. Mula sa maliit na munisipyo hanggang sa pinakamalaking syudad. Umikot po ang aking team sa Quezon City pagkatapos po ng bagyo upang tumulong at magsagawa ng damage assessment at ang bumati sa ating mga basurang nagkalat sa kalsada noong humupa ng tubig. According to my local contacts, pareho rin ang sitwasyon sa mga karatig syudad sa Batangas, Pangasinan at ilang bahagi ng Cavite, kung saan mataas ang tubig, hindi makakaila na may dala itong basura, matik ika nga. Hindi ko po sinasabi na huwag tayo magsagawa ng flood control program. No. Sa katotohanan, natuwa ako na ito isang prioridad na Malacanang galing mismo sa Presidente noong kanyang State of the Nation address. Pero, upang mapagana na maayos ang ating flood control program, kailangan ng maayos natin muna ang ating solid waste management. Ngayon na gusto natin tulungan ng Office of the President sa kanilang adhikaing disaster prevention, ano ba ang ginagawa ng ibang ahensya pagdating sa issue ng basura? Ikinalulungkot ko pong sabihin na lalo nating nilulubog ang sarili natin. For example, ang BCDA o Basis Conversion and Development Authority ay balak magpasara ng isa sa pinakamalaking sanitary landfill na nagsisilbi sa halos lahat ng local government units from Northern Luzon to Central Luzon. Ito po ang Kalangitan Sanitary Landfill. Ito ay sinarado, kapag ito ay sinarado, panigurado ba tayo na kakayanin ng natitirang mga landfill ang volume ng basura na ikakarga rito? And can they do it in such a way that will comply with our Solid Waste Management Act, or RA 9003. This law was authored by our esteemed colleague, Senator Loren Legarda. And until now, I understand her frustration that we have not yet successfully hurdled the problem of illegal dumping and lacking a consistent and sustainable policy for solid waste management. Kapag alisin po natin ang Kalangitan landfill, the necessary effect would be that these local government units served by the landfill would revert to dumping into our waterways and other illegal dump sites, which run the risk of not only poisoning our water supply, but will also increase our vulnerability to flooding. Nakausap ko pang Metro Clark Waste Management Corporation at nakakabahala ang aking napag-alaman. Inaprubahan mismo ng DNR ang proposed closure ng Kalangitan landfill. This is contrary to their policy as set forth in law. I call upon both the BCDA and DNR to thoroughly explain, again, to thoroughly explain their action and prove to us, or rather, prove to the public that this would not lead to another disaster waiting to happen. Kung hindi nyo kayang patunayan, nananawagan ako sa mga hensyang ito, BCDA and DNR, na bawi na agad ang kanilang proposed action, alang-alang na lamang sa mga kababayan nating maaring maging biktima naman ng kalamidad. Before I leave this podium, I leave all those listening with a warning. According to Pag-asa, there are 2 low-pressure areas just outside of our Philippine area of responsibility with a high chance that they will turn into tropical cyclones. Gusto niyo po ba pabayaan ang problema ng basura? With the data I presented and the projections I made, I confidently say this is an issue we cannot afford to leave unaddressed. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Tulfo, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo to the Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. And so, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move for a minute suspension, Mr.
Session
President.
suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2804 under Committee Report 308. This is the bill of the new DBP charter. So moved, Mr. President.
To an objection, there being none, assumption of consideration of the said bill under the aforementioned committee report is now in order.
The parliamentary status, Mr. President, is having sponsored the measure. I move to open the period of interpellation, and I seek recognition, Mr. President, to interpellate the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Senator Mark Villar is recognized, together with Minority Leader. Oh, I'm sorry, the Majority Leader.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Will the good sponsor yield to some questions to this representation? Some friendly questions, Mr. President.
Yes, we yield. Thank you.
Mr. President, from the title of the measure, it would appear that this is a new Development Bank of the Philippines Act. What struck me was the word new. May we know from the good sponsor, how long has the bank's charter been in existence?
The EO 81 for the creation of the charter of this was in 1987, and implemented in 1990.
And probably what is at the back of the mind of this representation is, was there a need for a new charter insofar as the bank's existence is concerned?
Yes, there's definitely a need for a charter. One of the more important salient features of the bill is the increase of the authorized capital stock of DBP, which after 26 years, it remains at 35 billion pesos, which if you compare that to the Land Bank of the Philippines, which is at 800 billion pesos as of now. So one of the part of the bill is to increase the authorized capitalization of DBP to 300 billion pesos, so that it can from the 35 that it is now. The bill will increase the capitalization of the DBP to authorized capitalization of DBP to 300 billion pesos.
And from the what appears to be the declaration of policy, one of the objectives would be to strengthen the powers and functions of its premier government developmental financial institution that provides developmental financing necessary for the achievement of sustained economic growth. Is the focus right now just merely for government developmental financial assistance and services? Is it now the focus of this new charter to just align its resources to that precept, or will it still continue to function in the same manner as it is right now?
The general mandate of the DBP will remain the same, but the changes that are included in this bill will allow them more flexibility, will allow them more resources in order to better serve that mandate. So that's the purpose of this bill. That's why we have those features like what I mentioned earlier, the increase in capitalization. It will also allow them to engage in possibly opening the doors to a initial public offering in the future, where they can also raise funds to further strengthen the bank and further allow them to serve its mandate and to a larger base than what it is serving now.
Thank you, good sponsor. But glancing at Section 4, the primary objectives of the bank, what immediately struck my attention was the involvement of the Development Bank of the Philippines in the new charter in a venture probably not included in the current charter, and it has something to do with healthcare, Mr. President, healthcare. So, paano po tayo napasok ngayon sa healthcare? Kulang ba ang ginagawa ng PhilHealth o mas malaki ba ang problema natin ngayon sa kalusugan that we now have a bank that would venture into healthcare. Can the good sponsor elaborate on this? Would this involve establishment of hospitals?
Yes.
Putting up health insurance subsidies, etc., etc.
Yes, of course, we want to serve, based on the mandate of the DBP, of course, we want to provide services that serve the general well-being, that serve, generally serving our country's developmental projects. Included there, of course, is healthcare, education. We can investing in hospitals, investing, of course, financing hospitals, financing government buildings. Parts of this bill will also allow them to engage in potential financial leasing so that they can help local governments purchase buildings for whatever purpose that they may need. So that is part of increasing the scope of the services that Land Bank can offer. And this is all related to the developmental goals of the Development Bank of the Philippines.
DBP,
Yes.
not Land Bank. So,
Yes.
has there been a model for this in other banks, development banks, government financial institution venturing into healthcare? Because Mr. President, perhaps the reason why we have a PhilHealth is to have not really a monopoly of sorts in the healthcare realm, but to have an agency or institution that would really focus on this healthcare need. So, meron ba hong pagtutularan o nagawa na?
Yes, I think, of course, PhilHealth is more of a service. The nature of PhilHealth is not really financing or lending. The nature of PhilHealth is really providing health services. They have a fund and then they provide health services. The DBP, obviously, it's not providing health services, but it can finance healthcare-related projects by government entities. So that is where the objectives of the bank is consistent with healthcare. When they say healthcare, it means financing projects that are related to healthcare, particularly in governments.
And then, Mr. President, I stumbled upon the words high impact programs in education. How does the good sponsor envision this to happen? The Development Bank of the Philippines infusing funds to upgrade tertiary education, perhaps being a bridge in international universities, collaboration with Philippine colleges and universities. How would you, paano po ito, Mr. President? We know for a fact that education is really a high impact program if it will have a good positive consequence. But in terms of capital infusion, we can never really match international universities. This has been a part of ongoing debates when we tackled previously some constitutional amendment proposals as to whether we should accept more than 70% or even 100% foreign investment interest when it comes to universities. How would the good sponsor educate this representation?
Yes, I completely agree that the education sector, in terms of the medium, short, medium, long-term benefits, are very high. So it's a very good investment, and I think that through this DBP, there's a need since most of these capital expenditures, a lot of them cannot be wholly financed through the GAA or through the regular budget. So the DBP, by allowing the DBP to having a larger base, a larger authorized capital, we can free up some more resources so LGUs, local governments can avail of financing for educational investments such as technology, buildings. They can invest in this kind of capital expenditures without necessarily having to strain their budget, their yearly budget. So I think this would allow resources to be spent in the yearly budgeting to other sectors that also need help. And it's a good investment because we know from my experience, if you compute the economic IRR of these projects, especially the educational sector, it's very high. So there's really a strong appetite for the LGUs to engage in financing for these projects, so they can free up money for their other services in services in the local government.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. There is another perhaps eye-catching phrase here, because the enumeration coming from the high-impact programs in education, which I'm quoting, it's followed by healthcare, and then housing, which is probably being done by the current DBP structure. And then thereafter, there is this all-encompassing phrase, other social services. Ano pong ibig sabihin nitong other social services? Baka ito ba yung kasama ba yung pagbibigay ng tulong din pag merong kalamidad? O baka mapunta ho ito sa often used term today, ayuda. Paano po itong definition ng other social services?
It really depends on what the LGU deems to be the most prioritized, the most high-impact projects in their district. Of course, when you talk about social services, you're talking about, like you said earlier, healthcare, education, housing, community development, helping out MSMEs, environmental projects that are designed to give some environmental benefits. So these are all part of, and all these things, all these projects in all these sectors are actually very high yielding. The problem is, of course, given the constraints of the yearly budget, not all the LGUs can't make investments in all of these simultaneously. By giving them access to more financing through institutions like the DBP, it will allow them to make investments, front load a lot of these investments without having to without having to stretch too much their yearly budget. And it's a good strategy because, as you know, these are very high-yielding investments that if the LGUs just had the source for funding, they would readily make the decision to finance a lot of these projects. So therein lies the importance of this bill to amend the charter of the DBP.
I agree, Mr. President, and perhaps you're tying it up with what is contained in letter G of Section 6 of the proposed measure, when the DBP under the proposed new charter would act as administrator and or lending conduit on behalf of national government, its agencies, including LGUs, GOCCs, etc., etc. Is that correct?
Yes, of course. Banks they're really specialized in financing, lending. So if there was a need for them to serve as a conduit for other government institutions, of course, that's something that's a service that they can also provide, and I think it's a win-win solution for both the agency that requires their services and for the DBP. So I think it's a very relevant, a very important amendment to allow them to be an administrator and also a conduit lender.
And perhaps going back to the primary objective, and this, during the period of amendments, Mr. President, perhaps we can make this the primary objectives, make it plural of the bank. This might just be a typographical error. On line 9 of section 4, page 2, perhaps the word high-impact programs would refer not just to programs in education, but high-impact programs in education, healthcare, housing, and other social services. So this would be an all-encompassing description of the program, the objective which the bank aspires to achieve, Mr. President. Is that correct? Or is
Yes,
that
no,
just
we're-
focused on education?
Yes, we are open for any amendments to be introduced by the distinguished majority floor leader at the proper time regarding this provision. We're very open to that.
Thank you. And perhaps thinking out loud at this early stage of this interpellation, perhaps during the period of amendment, after the word housing, energy programs should likewise be included. Would you agree?
Yes, that's a very, actually, it's a very good observation, and certainly at the period of amendments, we will be very open to that proposal.
Yes, Mr. President. I totally agree likewise with the insertion of perhaps MSMEs, which probably would not be part of the original charter of the Development Bank of the Philippines. Is that a what is envisioned by the good sponsor to be, if you look at this charter to be in effect for the next 50 years, would the MSMEs be still not just a buzzword, but probably be an upgraded business venture perhaps 50 years from now? Baka iba na yung tawag doon.
Yes, it will still continue to be covered by the land bank through its lending programs. There are some examples here of MSME support through broiler contract growing programs, coconut farmers, aquaculture value chain financing, swine repopulation rehabilitation. Those are some of the examples of MSMEs that are given financial support through the Development Bank of the Philippines. And this will continue to be an integral part of their mandate.
Mr. President, good sponsor, do we envision the bank not just to be a partner of LGUs, the national government, but even our OFW sector? Can it be infused here? Where will it be included? Because we're looking at Section 4, and it would appear that that big sector providing remittances to the financial sector of our society is probably omitted unless they're part of the micro, small, MSMEs, etc., etc.
We are very, always been, I think, the Senate as a whole, all of us are very supportive of the OFW, the whole OFW sector. And certainly, we welcome it being included as part of the primary objective of the bank is to also service our OFWs, especially in the sector of MSMEs, where they would require capital to engage in small businesses upon their return to the Philippines, to their home country, to the Philippines. So, yun, talagang gusto natin suportahan ng ating mga OFWs at kaya natin gawin ito sa pamamagitan ng DBP. Certainly, we can
Thank you,
push
Mr.
that further.
President. Mr. President, I foresee this new charter as not just a new charter per se, but should be a forward-looking charter going into the next century or the next era in the financial market. Perhaps would you agree, Mr. President, good sponsor, that perhaps a mention of new
Technologies.
methods of payments? I'm not limiting myself to cryptocurrency or the new genre of payment should likewise be infused, because we speak about financial markets, promotion of financial sector development in page 2. Should that be a part of how the Development Bank of the Philippines should be envisioned within the next 25 to 28 years, 30 years? The modern digital methods of payment and financial transactions, should that
Yes,
be
given that this,
encapsulated likewise?
yes, given that the original DBP charter was done at a time way before this new digital economy. So I think that I agree with our majority floor leader that we should maybe adjust some of the terminologies and perhaps expand also some of the services to include some of the various aspects of the new economy. And there are so many things now, especially in terms of digital payments, the digital economy, that we can certainly include that in our amendments to make the charter more responsive to the digital age.
Thank you, good sponsor. So perhaps during the period of amendments, we can infuse some, not just modern banking terminologies, but methodologies likewise, Mr. President. I'm looking right now at page 4, section 8, investments made by government-owned or controlled corporations and the general public. So is this a new section not contained in the original charter?
Yes, it is a new section. This amendment to the charter will also allow them to raise funds through initial public offering. And during the course of that, of course, these shares can be offered to government institutions who would like to invest in, or government corporations that would like to also invest in shares of the bank.
So my only concern here is that while the title of Section 8 speaks of the general public, the provision itself lacks the mention of the same, and that is probably an entry point for our OFWs to make some investments under Section 8. So perhaps, good sponsor, during the period of amendments, we can make this more clear and capture the real intent. If that's the real intent of the good sponsor, to include the general public, this representation would perhaps endeavor to include our OFWs.
Yes. Yes, of course, when they do a public offering, it will be available to the public. We can make that more, I guess we can make that more clear. We can make the language clearer in the bill so that that aspect of IPO can be reflected in the bill.
Thank you, good sponsor. Mr. President, I am suspending my period of interpellation to enable this representation to make a more thorough study of the measure. And if the good sponsor would agree, perhaps at a later date I will continue my interpellation. I thank him for allowing me to ask some questions which probably are not very insightful today, but give me a few more days to study the subject matter, and perhaps I can contribute, modesty aside, to the refinement of this bill, which I think is very important, Mr. President.
Very insightful, Mr. President. The questions were very insightful, and we're very thankful for your inputs, your valuable inputs to this proposed bill.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I
Before
I
that,
resume my role as Majority Leader and move to recognize our Senate President for some questions, Mr. President.
the Senate President is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we are awaiting Senator Gatchalian, just to raise some points, although I'm the principal author of this measure. Mr. President, Your Honor, does this bill include a plan, if at all, for DBP to list a percentage of its shares in the stock market?
I think, yes, that's eventually that is the objective, that they will have the power, they will have the ability to raise funding through an IPO eventually, and that's one of the ways, instead of relying mostly on national government. This is
So this bill would effectively enable them to do so at the proper time when they are ready.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. President.
Now, for the record, Mr. President, Your Honor, and for the information also of the gentlemen who are on the floor, may you spread into the records the effect of such a listing, if ever, by way of good governance, transparency, accountability, and avoidance of past, shall we say, indiscretions, not of the incumbent or current officials, but perhaps of past officials which were the subject matter of Senate inquiries and investigations past. To spread to the records, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Well, of course, the benefit, to begin, the obvious benefit would be to create another source of funding for capital for the bank, other than just infusion for the national government. But of course, the moment you engage in an IPO, once you become a public company, you are open to a lot of requirements. As we know, like the public companies have a different set of requirements dictated by the SEC. So aside from what the government controls, being a GOCC, you're also there are other regulatory requirements that the DBP must follow. So it becomes even more transparent, and at the same time, it also gives them more flexibility and more financial strength to perform its mandate. Yes. To give an example also of some of other financial institutions that have had an IPO and have gone public, the ICBC, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, the Development Bank of Singapore, in Indonesia, the Bank Mandiri and Bank Rakyat Indonesia went public. So this is something that's been done by many financial institutions, many banks in other countries, and it's quite there's so many benefits that it's so many benefits, and that's why it's part of the bill to amend the charter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor, and I hope that enlightens some of our members with respect to the good intentions of this measure. In the meantime, Mr. President, I suspend my interpellation in regard to this measure. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senate President, Majority Leader.
One more time. One more day.
While waiting, session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2804.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
One minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2415 under Committee Report number 106. This is the bill on the VAT refund mechanism for non-resident tourists. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being no resumption of consideration on Senate Bill number 2415 under Committee Report 106 is now in order.
Mr. President, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III, our minority leader.
Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ano ba ito? Am I resuming my interpellation? So I think this is, Mr. President, resumption of my interpellation on the measure. So with the permission of our sponsor.
Yes, Mr. President, we'll be more than happy to receive questions.
So, Mr. President, this measure establishes a program. Parang ganun, and the program is that the Philippines will now have a VAT refund mechanism for our tourist shoppers. Is that the main purpose, Mr. President?
Correct, Mr. President. That's the concept that we are proposing. And this concept is nothing new, Mr. President. And we all know that if we travel to different parts of the world, especially to Europe, almost all countries in Europe have a VAT refund mechanism to entice tourists to visit Europe, to stay long in Europe, to shop in Europe. And they will get a VAT refund in return as an incentive to visit Europe.
So we are we are copying a program which have proven from our point of view proven to have attracted tourists to their countries. Ganun po ba yun? So that's our main purpose here, that we are going to attract more tourists who will come here.
Yes, Mr. President. The concept here is to give our country, the Philippines, an additional selling point to attract tourists. So aside from, let's say, visiting our nice beaches, going to our nice scenery, enjoying our food, visiting different sightseeing attractions here in our country, the other offering that we can give them is a VAT refund when they shop here in our country. So that's another selling point to attract tourists.
What would be covered, Mr. President, by our new program? What transactions?
Mr. President, we did not, specifically for goods purchase, Mr. President, we didn't specify what type of goods, so any goods that they will be shopping, as long as it hits the minimum amount of 3,000 pesos, Mr. President.
So, OTAP from Cebu, in the amount of 4,000 pesos by a Swiss national visiting the Philippines, yeah?
Yes, qualified, Mr. President.
Because it was bought from any store, or it must be bought from a store which is registered or accredited?
It has to be accredited, Mr. President. And this product should be brought out also of the country, Mr. President.
Yes, sa ibang bansa ba yung mga binibilhan ba natin doon, and then we claim the VAT or the sales tax refund, they also need registration?
Yes, Mr. President.
So not all, meaning to say not all pala. Kung turista tayo sa ibang bansa, even in Europe, when we buy goods from a non-registered store, we are not given a VAT refund? Ganun pala?
Well, Mr. President, the registration is also in line with digitalization. So for example, if the store is registered, typically the store will be enrolled in a digitalization system. That's why in the case of Singapore, when you go to Singapore and you buy something, you give your passport and they scan your passport. And when you go out of the airport, or when you go to the airport and go out of the country, when you scan your passport, all your shopping items will be there, Mr. President. So the enrollment is also part of the digitalization component, Mr. President, so that the stores will be enrolled in that process, Mr. President. So we will have a list of stores that is enrolled in this process.
Yes, kailangan duly accredited store. Yes, yun po. So, parang optional din po ito. So, optional po ito. So, a tourist can shop in a place na hindi pala accredited, and then he or she will be disappointed na wala siyang VAT refund. Ganon po yun, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, in the bill, we specified that the store should be duly accredited, Mr. President.
Chris, yun na nga. And in the models that we have looked at, we have studied from other countries. They have
Yes,
also
the same,
this one?
Mr. President. Normally, when you go in the store, in the outside of the store, typically they post a sticker in front of the store. For example, Global Blue, or the other refund mechanisms, Mr. President. There are several brands that engage in VAT refund mechanism. So that the mere fact that they have a sticker there, that means they're also accredited, Mr. President.
Okay, so ganun pala. So
And the accreditation, Mr. President, is also ensuring that the store issues a receipt, Mr. President, because the receipt is also important for determining the amount of refund, Mr.
yes,
President.
accreditation is optional.
For the store, Mr.
Yes, for the
President?
store.
In our proposal, Mr. President, you have, well, it's optional if you want to be part of the VAT refund, yes. So if you don't, for example, if you don't get accredited, then you will not be part of the VAT refund system, Mr. President.
Correct. And how will the tourists know, Mr. President?
Well,
Kasi akala ko parang attraction natin siya eh. So to attract more tourists or to give them a more memorable experience, overall experience here in the Philippines. So I'm a tourist now in the Philippines. How will I know if the store is accredited?
Well, Mr. President, we did not specify in the bill exactly how to promote the accreditation, but typically we see in other jurisdictions is they have a sticker by the door or a sticker in front of the store specifying that they are an accredited VAT refund store, Mr. President.
Sige po, basta we are following the models in countries which have proven VAT refund system.
Yes, Mr. President. And when we were discussing this bill, we also consulted with Global Blue, which is the biggest, by far the biggest VAT refund entity or VAT refund company in the whole world. And we consulted best practices with them. And this is also one of the best practices, Mr. President.
But, Mr. President, sabi ni Senate President, this is part of the priority measures of the Marcos administration. So, why is it the administration's priority to lessen the tax burden on foreigners rather than on our countrymen, Mr. President?
Well,
Bakit unahin natin ito? Wala ba tayo ibang maisip na lowering the tax which is being shouldered by Filipinos, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, aside from a selling point for our tourism industry, Of course, this will form part of the marketing plan of the Department of Tourism. In their marketing plan, they market the Philippines as a friendly destination, as an attractive destination. Now they can also market our country as a shopping destination because you get a refund when you leave the country. And the concept also follows the destination principle, in which the goods that are being bought by tourists who will eventually leave the country is treated as exports. So parang nag-export tayo kasi eventually, Mr. President, those items that they will be buying will end up outside of the country. No? So just like any other exports that just like any other company that exports, we give them VAT zero rating and VAT exemption, Mr. President, because they export the goods anyways.
Mr. President, page 2, line subparagraph D, beginning at line 20, mentions a special account in the general fund. How does this work, Mr. President? As provided under section 106 of this code, sabi. How does this work, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, we have an existing mechanism in the tax code wherein we appropriate 5% of the total VAT collection, Mr. President, and we will tap into that fund already, Mr. President. So every year we allocate 5% of the total VAT collection for VAT refund. And this VAT refund applies to any exporter, Mr. President, who will claim VAT refund. So we will just ride on to that appropriations, Mr. President.
But that 5% comes from the overall VAT collections?
Yes, Mr. President.
Including from Filipinos and from other personalities who consume those goods,
Yes,
subject of the VAT.
Correct, Mr. President. Yes.
So how do we justify that, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, aside from this, there are refunds that the BIR accepts. For example, you're an exporter and part of your expense you feel that should be considered as a refund, so you can apply for a refund, and the BIR will evaluate if it's qualified, then they give you a refund. In order to give the refund as fast as possible, the code created that fund, no? The 5% of total VAT collection.
I know, yes,
Yeah.
yes. So,
And then the BIR taps into that fund already whenever they make a refund, so that they don't go to the GIA every year, because it takes time if they wait until
no,
end
but
of
if
the
it's
year.
if it's a refund, that the claimant must have paid the VAT.
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
The 5%, Mr. President, is just a formula used, Mr. President, in order to have a ready standby fund to refund, Mr. President.
what's the balance, the running balance of that fund as of the moment, Mr. President?
In slide 40, will flash on the screen, Mr. President. For 2023 is 23 billion pesos, Mr. President, of which 7 billion has been allocated, Mr. President.
What does that mean, Mr. President? 7.96, yun ba yun?
Yun yung, yes, Mr.
Ano pong ibig sabihin nun po?
So the 5% is the 23 billion, Mr. President. That's the fund wherein the BIR can tap into if they want to refund. The 7 billion is the actual refund, Mr. President, and the 15 billion is the unutilized. So we will tap into the 23 billion for this, Mr. President. Actually, malaki po yung unutilized. It's probably the...
Yes, and we want to give it to foreigners, Mr. President?
Because they're leaving, Mr. President, so that's treated as export, Mr. President. It's the same way as if a foreign company sets up here and they export, we also tap into this fund, Mr. President. Strictly speaking, Mr. President, these tourists have already paid their VAT, Mr. President, and we're just refunding that amount at the airport, Mr. President.
Mr. President, sa ngayon we are not tracking the VAT payments of tourists. Sa ngayon, we are not.
No, Mr. President.
So, why don't we just establish a system where we now track the VAT payments of tourists, put this into a special fund, devote it to tourism, Mr. President? Improve our tourist facilities in our country. Can that be done, Mr. President, as an alternative program?
We put the fund of the tourist, and then we devote that fund to tourism improvement, Mr. President.
Kasi ganito, this will only work if we can track the VAT payments of tourists.
Correct,
right?
Mr.
Because
President.
personal lang refund dito eh.
Correct.
If we have such a system, we continue to collect VAT from tourists, but we track the VAT collection from tourists, put this into a special fund, and all the collection we give for the development of our tourism sector. Isn't that a better program, Mr. President?
That can be a proposal, Mr. President. But in this case, Mr. President, the proposal here is to entice tourists to come here and to shop, to buy our local goods, to help our small entrepreneurs, to buy our local products, and bring those products back to their home country. That's a way to entice them, is to refund the VAT amount that they paid on those goods that they bought, Mr. President. But that concept is definitely a feasible proposal, Mr. President.
Yes, because we will be using the same technology actually, Mr. President.
But there is,
Diba?
Mr. President.
Actually, this will only work if we can track
Correct.
the tourist.
Yes, Mr. President. I'm sure His Honor, Mr. President, has experienced this in other jurisdictions, especially in Europe. This is a very popular attraction in Europe, all of Europe, Mr. President. In fact, in Europe, because of the EU arrangement, you can buy in one European EU country and then refund in another EU country. That's how integrated and seamless their system is in Europe, Mr. President. So, in other words, European countries use this as a mechanism to attract tourists to go into the EU, Mr. President. But definitely, the proposal is feasible.
Mr. President, I think it takes too much work, and kasi hindi ba sa Europe they have to physically see the product, that the goods that you're bringing them out of the Schengen or the
Schengen area.
EU,
Area.
the Union territory, Mr. President, di ba?
Depends,
They
Mr.
have to see it. They have to physically see it, right?
Depends, Mr. President. A lot of the jurisdictions now practice a random inspection, Mr. President. So they don't expect each and every tourist and each and every product. From what we understand from the best practices, they practice now random inspection. They also practice what they call risk-based inspection, Mr. President, all generated digitally, Mr. President, by computer systems. So hindi siya isa-isa because it's going to be cumbersome to inspect one by one. But they usually have a mechanism to randomly inspect goods, Mr. President.
So kaya nga, we will also risk it that we will refund the tourist to consume the goods he or she bought
Yes, Mr.
because that person was not inspected.
Well, Mr. President, the system looks at the risk also, Mr. President, and from what we understand from Global Blue, that all of the system now is becoming integrated. So meaning they have database of different tourists going into different countries. In fact, they have an app now, that you can apply your refund through the app, Mr. President. So in other words, if you are a high-risk person, they will flag government, and government will inspect your luggages, Mr. President. But if you are an honest tourist and you bring the goods out, then you get your refund right away. It's the experience also that is quite important here, Mr. President, so that tourists will be attracted to come to our country.
Delikado po yan, Mr. President, kasi profiling tayo niya, Mr. President, yung mga turistang ma-inspect, sabihin na, ano yan, high-risk tourist yan, Mr. President.
But Mr. President,
in Europe po ba, Mr. President, pati consumables ba, may refund?
yes, Mr. President,
Na-experience
even in Japan, Mr. President, if you go to Don Quixote, Mr. President, you can buy, we buy a lot of goods there. And you can actually get a refund because of those goods. Even,
Cup noodles, for example,
Yeah,
boxes of cup noodles.
yes,
you know.
Mr. President. I've tried it personally, Mr. President.
You're entitled to refund.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President.
Sige po. So, Mr. President, syempre, I'm sure we have some studies or projections dito. How many, because of this new program that the Philippines will announce to the rest of the world, come visit the Philippines because you now have VAT refunds on your goods purchases. So, how many tourists are we expecting to be attracted to our shores, Mr. President?
Mr. President, this is an estimate that we calculated based on the DOT data, DOF data, and we will flash it on the slide, Mr. President, on slide 9. Right now, we're projected to hit 6 million tourists. The incremental increase is about 118,000 for 2024. On the average, Mr. President, about 147,000 a year, Mr. President, the target to increase.
Ayun sa dulo?
Yes, in average, Mr. President. Yeah, in the next 5 years.
Okay. And then from our studies, how much is the per capita expenditure of a tourist in the Philippines? Or given also the estimated duration of the stay of the tourist?
Meron tayo niyan, yung per capita. Yung capita spending ng tourist.
Problema nito kung bumili siya ng mga...
Ang spending per capita, they'll spend per peso. Mr. President, if I understand it correctly, how much the
Sige po,
per
step by
capita?
step by step natin. 147,000, round off na lang po natin, 148,000.
Yes,
Pwede.
Mr. President.
Okay, the study of our sponsor says that with this program, VAT refund scheme, we might be able to attract an additional po ito?
Additional.
148,000 additional tourists because we already received 7.7
Yes, on the average.
million tourists a year.
Yes.
Okay, so
For the next 5 years.
Doon na tayo sa total tourist arrivals. We have a study, I'm sure, for how long do they stay here in the Philippines and how much per day
Yeah. We have that,
is
Mr.
their per
President.
capita expenditure, Mr. President?
Okay.
Slide 14.
Ito, no?
4.35 on average from 2012 to 2022.
Ito, bakit ang baba nito?
Sir, tumaas dito doon.
Dahil sa quarantine lang po yan. Pero natural.
4 days, 4.5. Lagyan mo na lang.
Okay, Mr. President, we'll show on the slide 14. And this is a data from the UN World Tourism Organization. The average stay in the country is about 2 to 3 days, Mr. President.
2 to 3?
Yeah, 2 to 3 days.
What
Mr.
is that
President.
for 4.30?
Mr. President, I have to take that with a grain of salt because if you look at the 2020, 2021, these are the pandemic years. So the
Yes,
tourists stayed
thank
for,
you. Thank you.
they were under quarantine for 2 weeks, Mr. President. So let's just look at the pre-pandemic levels. In the pre-pandemic is about 2 to 3 days, Mr.
2
President.
to 3 days.
Yeah.
And do we have a study on the expenditure?
Ito.
2 to 3 days.
Ako, based sa PLC. Based
Oo nga.
dito sa PSA.
Oo, mga
Slide 16.
80,000.
84,000 on average.
Mr. President, 2021. Tumaas.
Nagbabayad sila ng hotel, accommodations. Yes. Kasi 14 days sila.
Yeah. Mr. President, on the average, slide 16, it's about probably around 84,000, Mr. President. Sorry, Mr. President, 84,000 per tourist, Mr. President. The inbound tourism expenditure. This is from the PSA, Mr. President.
Per day po yan? Per
Per stay.
Per stay.
This includes everything na, Mr. President. For example, taxis, shopping, hotels, other expenditures, Mr. President.
Accommodation, transport,
Ayun pala.
entertainment.
Sige. Okay.
Yeah, it's 50.
Ito.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that includes shopping na po, no? So
Kasama.
that includes shopping?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sige po. And then, that's why I'm looking at the entire 7 million figure kasi all of them will be the ones to be benefited from the VAT refund.
Theoretically, yes, Mr. President. Theoretically.
So how, from the projections or studies, how much is involved, Mr. President?
Mr. President, the DOF gave us,
2.9.
what page is that?
22, slide 22.
Mr. President, the DOF projected about a VAT refund projection of about 2.9 billion to 4.1 billion from 2024 to 2028, Mr. President. So that's about a 5-year range, Mr. President.
And after 2028, what is the projection? It will grow bigger, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, theoretically, if the we have more tourist arrivals, it will, of course, the refund will also increase, but that will be offset by staying, staying in hotels, transportation, tour guides, food, Mr. President. When they come here, they have to eat in restaurants and they spend restaurants, so they will pay VAT in that case. So that will be offset, Mr. President, by their expenditures in other tourism components, Mr. President.
Hotel accommodation expenditure is not.
It's not.
It's not. Not a good in
Yes,
this.
it's a service, Mr.
It's
President.
not a good. Yes. Food which has been consumed is also not.
Yes,
entitled.
Mr. President, correct. It's a service as well. Food and beverage.
Okay.
When they take, for example, when they take Grab or when they join package tours or when they get tour guides, these are not included, Mr.
Then when they make purchases less than 3,000 pesos, even,
not included,
even if
Mr.
goods,
President.
okay. And if they make a purchase from a store which is not accredited, it is also not
Yes, Mr. President.
refunded. Ganun po yung mangyayari.
Correct, Mr. President.
So we will be waiving the or foregoing revenues of around 3 to 4 billion a year because of this program, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, the projection is between 2.9 to 4.1 billion for 5 years, Mr. President. It's a range.
That's not a year.
That's
per
not a
year.
year, Mr. President. That's not a year.
That's
Mr.
for the
President.
period. Mr.
For a period, Mr. President.
So if it's can we round it off na 3 billion kunyari para
Yeah,
mas
sabihin na
madali.
natin, the
Kunyari,
middle, 3 billion.
therefore kung 12, that is now the 12% paid by the tourists. So
Let's
mga
say,
24 billion lang ang VAT. Tama po ba yun? Time 24. That's the refund. That's the refund for the VAT. So therefore the tourists bought vatable goods
for refund, Mr. President.
24 at the in the amount of 24 billion pesos.
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, ganun.
Yeah. Because the,
Okay, 24 billion.
nasaan yung component?
24 billion.
Yeah. Ano siya? Ilang percent ang component? More or less, 20%?
1 billion a day.
Mr. President, I just want to share with His Honor the how the typical tourist spends their budget here in the Philippines. In slide 15, Mr. President, for example, a typical tourist will spend on accommodation, on transportation, entertainment and recreation, and shopping is only almost 12%, 12 to 14% of there, yung kulay green po, no? On the average. So that's about 12 to 14%. Yeah, sorry, 15% to be exact of a typical tourist budget or expenditure, Mr. President. So in other words, that 15% is the only part that we will be refunding. The rest, they will pay back, Mr. President.
Okay, but what is now the estimated cost for the system, Mr. President? Kasi ito na yung we will be waiving, the government, the state is willing to waive or forego revenues in the amount of, ano sinabi niya dito? Period to. 2.9 to 4.1 billion in a 5-year period. Is that? Is she sure? Is it, Mr. President, just to be very clear, 2.9 to 4.1 billion pesos in VAT revenues will be waived by the government in a period of 5 years?
Yes, Mr.
Or per year for 5 years?
A period of 5 years, Mr. President. That's the range that the DOF gave us, Mr. President.
Okay. Now, what is now so that we can return these amounts to the tourists? What is now our expense for that system?
Wala tayong expense. 100, then doon kukuhanin yung basically sir 100 na i-refund.
Magkano ba refund?
Yes sir, tapos yung 100 doon na kukuhanin yung services fees. Papababaan lang po sa fees. Kasi sa ibang countries po ganun.
Yung magkano charge?
Meron yung maliit na table. Ito
Siya, may briefer po sa atin.
Excise tax yun. Bakit? Excise. Kanina. Di ba iba yung excise sa petroleum, di ba? Ano yun? Ang excise is per...
May refer tayo na nakita ko.
Hanapin ko lang. Dating-dati pa yan.
Hindi siya uniform kasi sir, kaya tinanggal natin.
Tignan mo sa GC.
Kasi sir, baka ang gusto 15% ay yung ang gusto dati kasi i-refund sir 85% lang.
Yeah.
Apo. Pero paano kung mas mababa than 15% yung cost?
Yeah.
Kaya tinanggal.
Kita niya, natandaan ko nga yun.
Kaya tinanggal ka.
Tinanggal natin. The DOF determined.
Yes. Tsaka sa ibang countries po, dalawang sabay, yung isa 10, yung isa 7. Bahala na yung tourist kung saan niya gusto pumunta.
Hindi, ito tumunan tayo. Pakita mo. Yun. Effective ba? Ngayon na lang pakita niya. Sa ibang country.
I thought we were suspended, Mr. President.
Mr.
So
President.
where were we, Mr. President?
Well,
I
Mr.
think I was
President,
asking for
the cost,
the cost of
Mr.
the
President.
system, Mr.
Well,
President.
Mr. President, we were recalling our notes just to be exact, Mr. President. Typically, Mr. President, in different jurisdictions, they will get a third-party implementer to roll out the computer system, Mr. President. And the third party will provide the hardware, the software, and they will take a percentage from the refund on the part of the refunder, Mr. President.
Government?
No, on yung nag-refund, the tourist, Mr. President.
The recipient?
The recipient, Mr. President. And it ranges, Mr. President, from the lowest is from 7.8%, meaning they get 7.8% to a high of 15%, Mr. President. So it really depends on the provider, Mr. President. In fact, Mr. President, Mr. President, in the UAE, it's 4.25%, Mr. President. So meaning the system provider will take 4.25% of the refund from the tourist, Mr. President.
0.0425 times 2.9
And they will provide all the computer system.
billion to. Ilan bang billion? Nalimutan ko na tuloy yung billion ko. So, Mr. President, ano yun? Mababa po,
4.25 from UAE.
So, if we get that, what's the name of that provider, Mr. President?
Ano ba dito? Ito, ano ito? Planet Payment? Ito ba yun? But where did we get it? Mr. President, we will get the exact provider for this, Mr. President.
Let's say it's the UAE provider.
Yes.
Papatol po siya sa cash flow to maintain our system, the Philippine VAT refund system. Papatol siya if the cash flow, his revenue or cash flow would be 123 million pesos. Kasi that is 4.25% of the low end, the 2.9 billion. Papatol siya, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, the DOF, in this particular case, the DOF should conduct a bidding, Mr. President, because hindi lang naman, there's only more than one provider, so they can compete and lower down the service fee that they will be taking out of the tourists, Mr. President, because in some jurisdiction is as high as 15%. Iba-iba, Mr. President. There's, for example, in South Africa it's 15%. In UAE it's 4.25%. In the Netherlands it's 7.8%. So
now, if the theory is it's the VAT refund which attracts the tourist, the higher we go, the 15%, if we go to the high end of the service fee, then the more we discourage the tourists, because
correct,
it's
Mr.
a lesser VAT refund.
yes, Mr. President. So it's basically you ask them to compete on the least cost that they will charge the tourists, Mr. President. So that's the formula that they should be using in order to choose which provider.
Kasi Mr. President, kung mag 15% ka ata, 15% sa 2.9 billion na refund mo, halos nawa 1 billion ka na ron eh.
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
So pababaan sila, Mr. President.
Maybe we're doing this now for the service provider.
But Mr. President, that's why we have
Baka
to...
they will have to visit the Philippines. Marami sila employees to visit the Philippines so they can set up the system. Sila ang naging turista, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, that's why we need to conduct a bidding. It should be an open tender, an open bidding, so that they can compete and lower down their costs. Kaya for example, sa UAE, Mr. President, maybe because of the volume is so big, they lower down the the service fee. No, it really depends on the projections and the volume, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, kaya basically ang tanong ko nga, is it worth it? I mean, it's too much trouble. We are waiving revenues, binabalik pa natin. We are going to incur expenses. I'm sure hindi lang naman yan sa service fee. I'm sure meron tayong expenses, hindi lang natin ma-foresee out of the pocket of the government to establish this system. I am sure meron. Imposibleng si third-party implementor lamang lahat. Siyempre, some preliminary steps, Philippine government po yan. I am sure meron yan. And we are taking this too much of a trouble so that we can return money to tourists. Why not spending all of this energy? Isip tayo, how do we lighten now the tax burden of Filipinos, Mr. President?
Well,
Yung VAT natin na 12%, gawin natin 10%, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, like I mentioned, the 15%, Mr. President, is only the amount that will be refunding tourists. Yung 85% naman ang pupunta sa atin, Mr. President. So we have to also compete with our Asian neighbors. Here in Southeast Asia, among the advanced ASEAN countries, we're the only one who doesn't have a VAT refund mechanism. In North Asia, Mr. President, you have Korea, you have Japan, you have Taiwan, all of those, Mr. President. In Southeast Asia, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, Malaysia, Mr. President.
How about yung bansa, Mr. President, na walang tax refund? Sino naman po siya?
Well, Mr. President,
Si China ba meron? Tax refund si China?
Let me check. China is not included in the list, Mr. President.
Marami rin po mga bisita China,
Oh,
Mr.
but
President.
But Mr. President, that's why it's a selling point. It's not an end-all, be-all, Mr. President.
Yes, I know, Mr. President. Pero, I mean, parang sa dami ng problema ng ating bansa, ang daming problema, it's the cost of living actually of Filipinos that we should be concentrating on. Ang naisipan natin, ibigyan natin ng tax refund ang mga turista. Inisip din ba natin ano ang mga headline ang nababasa nila sa news natin? I mean,
But
Mr. President,
Mr. President, I'll show a slide, Mr. President, in terms of tourist arrivals in Southeast Asia, Mr. President. In slide 60. Thailand receives about, this is pre-pandemic level, receives about 37 million tourists. In Vietnam, receives about 15 million tourists. Singapore, we all know it's a city-state, 8 million tourists. Malaysia, 25. Indonesia, 15. In the, what I call the advanced ASEAN countries, the Philippines is the laggard in terms of tourist arrival, Mr. President. All of these countries have their VAT refund mechanism, Mr. President. So I'm not saying that the VAT refund system will instantaneously increase tourist arrival, but it's a selling point, Mr. President. It's a marketing strategy that our Department of Tourism can use. And based on our evaluation, if we will lose an average about 3 billion for the next 5 years, I think it's a small amount that we can spare in order to give our Department of Tourism another marketing mechanism to attract tourists, a marketing strategy to attract tourists. So that's the rationale, Mr. President, why we endorse this bill to plenary to study.
100, ano yung pincheck po natin? 147,000?
On average, Mr. President.
Additional because of the system. So if we can also crunch the numbers, siguro, Mr. President, siguro we just need more time. We will use the 147,000 projected new tourists to be attracted by the system, times their stay, times their per capita expenditure, and then 15% doon are the vatable goods. Yun po bang 15%? Yun po yung also, hindi lang sa vatable transactions but also expected to be brought out of the country?
Well, Mr. President, theoretically, of course, we won't know with certainty, but theoretically, that 15%, the items that they will be buying will be brought out of the country. Yeah. So yung matitira na 85%, this is the accommodation, entertainment, those are vatable and those will be credited to the revenues of the government.
The meals also, no?
The meals, yes, the meals po, Mr. President.
Ang United Kingdom po, mayroon ba? VAT refund? Kailan? Wala. Ang tax free na siya. Ganun wala. GST system si Macau. Susikat ha. Okay pala. Pero hindi naman tayo pupunta. Sa Macau na walang VAT, walang GST. So, tax parang tax free shopping. Pwede naman tayo pupunta ron.
We're just checking, validating, Mr. President.
Hindi naman tayo na-attract na pupunta. I-crunch natin yung mga numbers nila rin para makita rin natin. Kasi yan pala. Government website. Sige. Yung
yes.
UK po.
Yes, Mr. President, they have. We just have to double check.
They have?
Wala ba? But this is in the website. When you may be
The
able
expert
to
has
get...
arrived, Mr. President.
The expert shopper, Mr. President, has joined us. Oh,
Yes.
ito, UK.
UK, United Kingdom. Do they have?
Based on the website, Mr. President, they have
Mr.
tax-free
President.
shopping.
With the indulgence of the two gentlemen,
With the
Senator Nancy.
permission of, not anymore,
Not
Mr.
anymore.
President. When they did the Brexit, they also took out their VAT-free.
So there's
Shopping.
no VAT refund in United
Not
Kingdom.
anymore.
Not anymore. Tama.
I trust the statements of Senator Binay. She has a daughter who's studying in King's College, Mr. President.
Siguro ang UK, siguro itong reasoning. Let's say, sabi nila siguro, we can forgo attracting tourists because we need revenues now that we're leaving Brexit. Tama? The EU. Tama ba? Because of Brexit ba ito? Yes, because of Brexit. Because they're
Mr.
leaving
President,
now.
because of Brexit.
the EU.
But I think they're also planning to bring it back.
Go back. Yeah.
Kasi parang nag-decline din ata yung revenue nila for shopping.
Tourism.
Sige, pero the fact is, mahirap yung mag-conjecture tayo na babalik. We are not the lawmakers in UK. So, fact is, as of the moment, they took it out,
But,
Mr. President.
Mr. President, different countries will have different tourism strategies, Mr. President. If you think that you can forgo with VAT refund because you have a unique proposition compared to the world, then you can forgo that, Mr. President. But in the case of the Philippines, Mr. President, we're also competing with our neighbors who have more or less the same selling proposition. This is an added proposition for our government to attract tourists, Mr. President.
Ang dual citizen po ay hindi turista. Tama po, sa definition natin ng tourist. Balikbayan na dual citizen, Filipino yung isa niyang citizenship, hindi siya turista.
Yes. Well, Mr. Yeah, Mr. President, that was pointed out by Senator Grace and Senator Risa. So from the time comes, we will amend the bill to accommodate dual citizens, Mr. President, as long as they leave the country. As long as they leave the country.
I think that was one of the topics that I discussed.
Yes, and also our Senate President pro tempore also brought that out. That's a very good point, and we will make the amendments at the proper time, Mr. President.
Yes.
So the goods covered are not locally produced goods, but locally purchased goods. So kasama si Louis Vuitton dito, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President.
Kahit walang ka-Pilipinong component sa sa item na yon, except that dito lang siya binili. Yun lang po yun, kasali siya.
Yes, Mr. President, because we're talking about retail at the retail level, Mr. President.
No country has a VAT refund system but limited it to locally produced goods, Mr. President. Walang
Based on our
ganon?
research, Mr. President, it's we haven't come across that type of arrangement, Mr. President. I think it's going to be an administrative issue as well, because you have to determine whether the goods are manufactured in the Philippines, whether, and when you say manufacture, how many percent of that product is actually manufactured here or just assembled here. So it creates an administrative complication, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, siguro I'll just appeal to the sponsor to if he can revisit his answer to the cost of the system. Kasi parang, is there really no cost to the state when it introduces this new VAT refund system? Totoo, si third-party implementer lang ba talaga ang gagastos po ng lahat, Mr. President?
Basically, Mr. President, the system itself, it really depends also how far the third party will be engaged. No? Based on our discussion, you can have a full engagement, meaning from end to end, bahala ho sila. But if you want only the computer system and our people will man it, or government will undertake some portion of it, then it will be a different cost. But definitely there will be preliminaries, Mr. President. For example, auditing on the part of government, reporting on the part of the third party. So there'll be preliminaries and there'll be costs in terms of reportorial and audit, Mr. President.
How about customs manpower, Mr. President? I'm sure.
Well, Mr. President, customs is already
Yes, maybe
present in our airports,
yes,
Mr.
maybe
President.
they will now need more, Mr. President.
Mr. President, well, they're ready in our airports, Mr. President, so they will just be engaged with this new policy.
And our bill provides for end-to-end solutions. Ayan,
Yes, Mr. President.
End-to-end. It's end-to-end, Mr.
Correct,
President.
correct.
And then
So that
the refund may be given either electronically or in cash, Mr. President. So, pwedeng mag-abscond with the cash or manakaw yung cash, mawala yung cash, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, what we experience in other jurisdictions, you have options. Ngayon nga, meron ng wallet, Mr. President. For example, if you want your GCash to be credited, if you want your Apple Pay to be credited, they allow that. So again, this is for the convenience of our tourists. If they don't want to handle cash because they use electronic means in their home country, then that will be available as well, Mr. President. So it's really for convenience, Mr. President.
So, Mr. President, this representation just requests for opportunity to crunch also the numbers, and we will be using the same numbers used by our sponsor. Tignan natin if we will come up with very different numbers far from his sponsor's computation, then we would ask questions to be enlightened about our results, Mr. President.
Yes, and Mr. President, we will also continue to study the administrative costs that His Honor brought up earlier, and we'll also consult the OF and also the implementers, third-party implementers.
And are we not afraid or concerned about possible leakages also in the sa resumption na lang po ito, I will pursue also the possibility of leakages in the system, because unless we are claiming that our own current VAT system has no leakages, I'm sure may leakages po yan. How about this new system? Baka may leakages din po, Mr. President. We will just ask the matter of leakages when we resume, Mr. President.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President. We'll take a look at that, and we'll be ready with some answers, Mr. President, on that question.
Next week isa. We'll resume next week isa na. So with that, Mr. President, if this representation can suspend this interpellation, we will resume next week, and it will be more direct to the point, shorter interpellation. Anyway. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the interpellation. To suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2415.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Motion to suspend.
Session suspended for a minute.
So hindi na ano.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we resume consideration of House Bills number 7316 and 8700. These are bills for the establishment of schools. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, there being no assumption of consideration of the aforementioned bills is now in order.
Having sponsored the bills, I move for an omnibus interpellation, considering that the interpellations of the members of this august chamber apply to all the aforementioned bills.
Hearing no objection, omnibus interpellation for the aforementioned bills is now in order.
I move to recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senators Win Gatchalian, and to interpellate Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III.
Senators Gatchalian and Pimentel are hereby recognized.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended for a minute.
Thank you. So we will conduct an omnibus interpellation on the two bills, Mr. President, with your as agreed upon, Mr. President. Okay, thank you.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, and
So, Mr. President, let me just clarify. We'll be discussing.
House Bill 7316 and 8700.
Yes, all right. Thank you, Mr. President, for clarifying.
yes, let's start with House Bill 7316, Mr. President, an act establishing the Baguio City High School for the Arts and appropriating funds therefore. So we are establishing a high school in Baguio City, and because the phrase for the arts will be attached to the name of the high school, that means we will be establishing a high school which is geared towards the specialization of the arts, Mr. President.
Correct, Mr. President. Arts such as theater arts, visual arts, creative writing, acting, Mr. President. So this type of arts, Mr. President.
So where can we find the components of an arts-focused education, Mr. President? Because I think that is what is being established here, an arts-focused education in a Baguio City High School. So what are the components of an arts-focused education?
Well, Mr. President, typically the arts-focused.
Slide 51 to 50.
Yeah. Where's the general subject here? Wait. Where's the general subject?
These are general subjects.
Yeah, but where is it here? Why is it in relation to here? That's what I've been asking. That's a typical curriculum. Akin na yan. Well, Mr. President, the typical curriculum will have general subjects, Mr. President, such as Filipino, English, math, Ariling Panlipunan, and it will have extra courses or specialized courses in the field of arts, Mr. President. So, for example, visual perception, graphic design, design art, and etc., Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, but as the lawmaker, Mr. President, how will we know the scope of an arts-focused education? Wala po siya sa bill. Ano po ito? Ano yung because the curriculum of this high school shall have a significant emphasis on
Correct.
developing the talent, skill, and exceptional giftedness of learners, thereby nurturing potential artists while preserving and promoting Filipino heritage. So, balik din tayo sa art eh. So, what is art as used in this bill, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, in terms of this bill, Mr. President, we are going to develop the different artistic talent of students, particularly located in Baguio, Mr. President. And we did not limit the scope of the what art is composed of, Mr. President. So it can be visual arts, it can be traditional arts, and traditional arts, it can be creative arts, Mr. President. So we didn't limit the scope of the art component, Mr. President.
Because the school wants to attract learners with considerable potential in the arts.
Yes, Mr. President.
Is there any other law which gives us an idea of the scope of the word arts or the arts, Mr. President?
In our technical working group and in public hearings, they didn't want to limit.
Singing, dancing, ano? Is oratory?
Yes,
also
Mr.
it,
President.
Mr. President?
That's
Oratory, painting, composition,
Mr. President,
music? Composition?
I'll give you a sample of the curriculum on slide 52, Mr. President. This is a sample for creative writing in the Philippine High School for Arts. For example, poetry, creative nonfiction, journalism, playwright, graphic literature. I'll flash it on the screen, Mr. President. So these are the sample for grades 7 to 10 in terms of creative writing, Mr. President. So these are
So yung details na yan, we'll just look for it in a DepEd, DepEd circular, Mr. President?
well, in the crafting of the curriculum, Mr. President, this skills will be present there, Mr. President. These skills will be present in the curriculum, Mr. President. Anong DepEd order governs itong specialty schools?
It's the same. It's the same, sir.
In terms of
Sige, and then yung sports naman, ganito din po yung sa sports naman po, ang pagkasulat din ay we want the bill will attract learners with considerable potential in sports. Okay, so siguro mas ano tong sports, Mr. President, physical education and sports, parang mas klaro. We have a more we have a clearer idea of what sports are, Mr. President. Pero what the arts are, yan ang problema. So sa Baguio City High School for the Arts, they want orators. Okay po yan?
Yes, Mr. President. Correct, Mr. President. So I'll give you some more examples, Mr. President. For example, in music, Mr. President. In slide 53, a sample curriculum in music. Vocal ensemble music, chorus class, applied music. These are the skills that will be taught to the students, Mr. President. This is for grade 7 to grade 10.
Sige pa, okay. We wish the high school success, Mr. President. Ngayon ang tanong, Mr. President, marami na bang high school for the arts established by law, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President, there are 11 established by law, Mr. President.
How about high school? How about sports high school, Mr. President?
None yet, Mr. President, for sports high schools. These are the schools, Mr. President, art schools established by law, Mr. President, 11 of them. flash on the screen.
Sige po. Hindi naman po makakahon ng graduates natin dito. Like for example, yung sa sports na magiging yung high school natin are kasi meron kasing anong tawag mo doon?
Hindi nga ang tatanong.
Sige po. Ang concern ko na lang po, one final concern din po ni Senator Mig Subiri, hindi ba makakahon yung estudyante natin na pang sports lang siya kung graduate siya ng sports high school?
Well, Mr. President, the most important here is the screening of the student, Mr. President. The screening of the student. It's the same with the National Academy for Sports. If the student has potential in sports or potential in the arts, then that student will be enrolled in this facility, Mr. President. So it's the potential of the student. Then once the student is in the high school, Mr. President, they will have a special curriculum, obviously more inclined in sports. A typical curriculum that I saw in the National Academy for Sports, they're trained in the morning because athletes are much stronger apparently in the morning, and they have their general subjects in the afternoon, Mr. President. So they train for about probably about 3 to 4 hours, and the training also is it's not an ordinary training. It's scientific-based training, and the training also includes calisthenics, a lot of the scientific-based training, Mr. President.
And during the committee hearing, Mr. President, the DepEd was there.
Yes, Mr. President.
I'm sure meron silang DepEd order or circulars, and they have found the two schools, the two bills compliant with their circulars.
Yes, Mr. President. DepEd,
What did we use, Mr. President, as the standard?
DO40, Mr. President.
40 pa rin, Mr. President. Sige, Mr. President, I think we would like to congratulate the sponsor for, and the author, Congressman, no? The author is
The
Congressman
proponent, Mr. President, is Congressman Mark Go,
of
Mr.
Baguio.
President,
So
of Baguio City.
we'd like to congratulate him for his original thinking, especially as far as the sports high school is concerned. This will be the first first sports high school to be created by law. This one.
Correct,
Right,
Mr. President.
right. So, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to our...
Thank you, Senator Minority Leader and Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to just ask one question, Mr.
Senator
President?
Villanueva is recognized.
May I know from the good sponsor if the sponsor is aware of Baguio City School of Arts and Trades, Mr. President? I'm just wondering if there's a duplicity on this particular measure that we are about to pass. Because I've been very involved and active in the improvement of our Baguio City School of Arts and Trades, Mr. President. This is a TESDA technical institution that is being supervised by the Technical Education Skills Development Authority. May we know, Mr. President? Because that's the only question that I'd like to raise. If there are duplicity or were they able to give their position on this particular measure, Mr. President?
Okay. Mr. President, based on our information, that's a TVET school, Mr. President. So that's offered after high school, Mr. President. So it's offered to the public, and it doesn't offer senior high school and high school courses, Mr.
You mean, Mr. President, the high school, the bill that we're tackling right now will not cover the implementation of senior high school?
This will cover senior high school,
Because
Mr.
if they
President.
will cover senior high school, there is a tech voc track, Mr. President. In fact, in this morning's committee hearing with the DepEd, 29 to 30% of our senior high school would take the TVL track. And so if that is the case, that is a duplicity, Mr. President. So I'm just trying to put on the table, Mr. President, what's been going on, because Baguio City School of Arts and Trades been around for, if I'm not mistaken, more than 30, 40 years now, Mr. President. And how are we going to ensure, Mr. President, that this is not a duplicity of work? I am a believer, Mr. President, of convergence, and so if there is also a provision in the law or the bill that we are deliberating upon, Mr. President, that they will be able to converge or at least tap the BC SAT for the implementation of TVL, then I will have no problems with that, Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President, the Baguio City School for Arts and Trade is a tech voc school, Mr. President. It doesn't offer senior high school. It offers tech voc courses to anyone who's inclined to take tech voc. The intersection there will be senior high schools typically offer 4 tracks, no? Sports, arts, academic, and TVL. But for the arts school and for the sports school, the track will be obviously sports and the track will be obviously arts. So that will be the difference, Mr. President. But the Baguio City School for Trade, Arts and Trade is a tech voc school, Mr. President. So that's the difference.
Perhaps, Mr. President, not to belabor the point, and I know everyone wants to finish this measure, and I am supportive of it. Perhaps the intention of the law is to just implement the basic education in high school. However, Mr. President, there's K-12 because they will also be implementing tech voc programs. I am just having some reservations, Mr. President, because definitely they would be offering the same courses in as so far as the tech voc track, the TVL track is concerned. I just hope that they can make sure that they will work together hand in hand, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, Mr.
That's
President, since this is a sports school, their track will be sports, and the art school, their track will be arts. That's also the same in the National Academy of Sports because that's a senior high school. So their track there is the sports track, Mr. President. So wala silang TVL. In short, wala silang TVL, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Villanueva and Gatchalian. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of committee amendments of House Bill number 7316 and recognize Sen. Win Gatchalian to propose amendments.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Ano yung hawak nilang bill? Ito, sir. Hindi, what is the comrade? Yan. Ito? Yes, sir. Okay. Hindi. Ulitin ko lang. Alika. Ano yung binigay nating bill? House Bill 7316.
Pero ba kung may amendments yun?
So we're not we're not changing the one. Yeah, okay na.
Yes, please proceed, Senator Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, accordance with Rule 19, Section 82. Mr. President, in accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, I move that we amend House Bill number 7316 by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions of the proposed amendment by substitution in the attached House bill, with the committee amendments under Committee Report 302 as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service on August 19, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
I so move. Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved.
Motion to suspend.
Session suspended for a minute.
With no other committee amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 7316. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 7316 is hereby approved on second reading.
Move to suspend.
Session suspended for a minute.
I move to open the period of committee amendments of House Bill number 8700 and recognize Senator Gatchalian to propose amendments.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved. Senator Gatchalian is hereby recognized.
All right, Mr. President, in accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, I move that we amend House Bill number 8700 by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions of the proposed amendment by substitution in the attached House bill with the committee report under committee report. Sorry, Mr. President, attached House bill with committee amendments under committee report 303 as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service on August 19, 2024. Further, I move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the amendment is approved. Majority Leader? Wala na?
Okay na? Then, okay na?
No further amendments, Mr. President. No further committee
Alright.
amendments.
With no other, Mr. President, with no other committee amendment, I move to close the period of committee amendments. So move, Mr.
Is
President.
there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 8700. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the motion is approved. House Bill number 8700 is hereby approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of the aforementioned House bills.
An objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill
Ratification.
number 2762 and House Bill number 9794. This is the Create More Bill. With that, I move to recognize Sen. Win Gatchalian, the chairperson of the Senate panel, to give the highlights of the Conference Committee report. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, a pleasant day to you all. As the lead conferee on behalf of the Senate, I have the honor of submitting for ratification a copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2762 and House Bill number 9794, otherwise known as the Corporate Recovery and Tax Incentives for Enterprises to maximize opportunities for invigorating the economy or create more. The Senate and House panels have met and discussed to work out a reconciled version of our respective bills. We have come up with a piece of legislation that seeks to promote a more attractive investment climate by improving our tax incentives framework for registered business enterprises. It also aims to clarify and streamline existing rules and policies concerning the granting and administration of fiscal incentives, ensuring that our country remains a competitive destination for foreign direct incentives. Mr. President, the Create More Bill stands as a testament to our commitment to addressing our country's evolving needs. It is not merely an update of policies. It is about creating a more dynamic future, a future that is more responsive, more supportive, and more capable of fostering growth and innovation for the Filipino people. Frankly, I thank my colleagues and co-authors. Finally, I thank my colleagues and co-authors, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senator Joel Villanueva, whose unwavering dedication and advocacy for this legislation were instrumental in guiding it to this point. Thank you also to my fellow conferees, Senate President Francis Chis Escudero and Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel for their invaluable contribution as conferees when we thrashed out several issues during the bicameral conference. We also thank Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Risa Hontiveros, Senator Mig Zubiri, who contributed to refining the bill during the interpellations. Additionally, I would like to express my deep appreciation to our colleagues who introduced critical amendments: Senate President Chis Escudero, Minority Leader Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Risa Hontiveros, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Mig Zubiri. Lastly, I want to thank the stakeholders from both the public and private sectors, the Senate Tax Study and Research Office, and our hardworking staff for their valuable input and support throughout the process. Mr. President, the comprehensive details of the disagreeing provisions are reflected in the joint explanatory statement. With the permission of the body, I move that the said joint explanatory statement on the disagreed provisions of Senate Bill number 2762 and House Bill number 9794 be read in toto into the record, and that the Bicameral Conference Committee report be ratified. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and ratify the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2762 and House Bill number 9794, and let the text of the joint explanation be deemed spread into the records of the Chamber. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? There being none, the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2762 and House Bill number 9794 is hereby approved and ratified.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, Wednesday, September 11, 2024.
Is there any objection? No objection? There being none, The session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, September 11, 2024.